Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respective Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican Tibet Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
Welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 Asana sequence of Nithyananda Yoga. Before we start the yoga session, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth, for yoga is a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body, apply it on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the Abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry. We are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Take another udani of water.
Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapacham and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. And with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nithyananda Yoga session as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yogabhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
Om Apaupasprisya.
Keep your Panchapacham and Udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the three bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
Tatsukhasanamityuktam ashaktastat asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
Adhavakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam.
The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back. As you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभय पकतली संपुट ठानो।
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पूर्वविधि परियागाने नीचौ हो वे कहूनि फनास्यो लगाई।
Next up is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः।
The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all three bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादगी आशमाहिली सोये दक्ष चरण को वार लोता परिकुल्फ समोय।
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय।
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति।
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः।
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bend in Arimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति।
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
त्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्।
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra, with the index finger and thumb touching, as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानूरस्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Parapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
पादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Adimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichina Karana. From Adimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head, beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman, for pregnant women shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
जासनसंस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
ध्वजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Viravatrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Ujjana Vanda and Mula Vanda.
आधिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Viravatrasana on the other side.
समतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikutaka Karana. From Adimandi position, heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
अबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसाद्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel. Repeating Vidunarasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दो भणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो भूपगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतलो पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide. Then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakapusandi asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमे वेशक उगठाने दो गोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now, twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder As you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishtasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest, contract the perineal region. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Paramashivoham.
दो बूकर की उभय हथेली कोरवार ली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Lichaka Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिला लाटंतो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुभरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back, in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
कुल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvali Pavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पूर्वचरपट चौक कखियो सोजी वाही विधियो की जे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together, and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the yoni mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगु पकतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिपकथली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगु पकतली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chatapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोगु पकतली संपुट धारे आगा नेक रजार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भव संपेड्य जान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने, वामों के ऊपर आने.
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वारनी चैदे.
The next asana is Naradasana. Now, sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिल लगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामांगुष्टंतो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने, वामों के ऊपर आने.
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground, in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वारनी चैदे.
Next up is Naradasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्टिजवामपग्दलिकेरी भूपरिताहिलका वेफेरी
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Next up is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe and Prana Mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you. Twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुचरणं कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्भोरोरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, Raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जुगते करे कैसे
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves. And stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे का घसीटा ने.
The next asana is Parikhasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथास्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now, sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिणे दाखे एकजुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की भगदली पुनि एड़ी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपाद की भगदली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Virata in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a Naghori. Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels. As you rest your chin on the palms, gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together, Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पकदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी उरदहिताने.
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो पकदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं तो विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हाथ भगों नीचे आने, तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel as you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha.
वामजङ्घभरदचिनटाने वामहस्तभिष्टिदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजुजोयि वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयि.
Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य निष्ठिकापटेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot, as you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the up knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space and Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिरिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्घभरदचिनटाने वामहस्तभिष्टिदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold on to the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजुजोयि वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयि.
Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जिजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against the chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जान निवृषि निधाय.
The next asana is Bodha Shukasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss.
तो वो भगतली भूपति धरे कोरमा हिली ऐसे करे.
The next asana is Kudakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो हाथ पग बाहर लावे गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूल द्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा वग परिदच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणी नाम योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो पग मिलीवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो वो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेली कह दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. If you can't, bring your leg behind your neck. Focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandra, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandra. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drishasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now with the leg still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय सभा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Let us first enter a neutral position, which is laying on your back with the knees to your chest and the arms reaching out to the sides at shoulder level. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you perform the first step, which is bringing one knee to the side onto the ground while extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees bent to the side. Straighten both knees to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now come back to the neutral position, arms extended out to the sides and the knees pulled to your chest. As you drop, the other knee towards the ground, extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees to the side and extend both knees to the side, gazing in the opposite direction. Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your ankles and lift your hips up, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge. As you start breathing in the Mocha Kumbhaka, as you keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged while exhaling, force the air out through the throat lock gently. This will bring about a state of swooning in the yogi. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so. Next up is Palyankasana. Laying on your back with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
Uttanajainam hastatalabhyam bhumim avashtabhyam.
The next asana is Shvatanasana. Lay on your back with the knees to your chest. With the hands on the respective shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion and visualize that you're a dog playfully laying on its back. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
Shavad shariram samsthapya januni sammilya nabhavaniya.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you extend your hands down on the mat below, helping you balance your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
Bhutale sashiro dattva khenaye charanadvayam.
Next up is the Viparita Karani 2. Now stop the movement of your legs. Keep them pointing up straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Karani viparitaakhya sarvadhivyadhi nashini.
Next up is Langalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms, rest on your neck and shoulders as you visualize yourself as a plow. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
Diva kantena bhumim vishtambha padagradvayam urdhamunnajet.
The next asana is Sajita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back in the same position, bring your hands to the feet. Pull your thighs to the chest and hold on to the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Tanam shahitvat kurvita shahita paschima.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your hip over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Parivritti kokshe bhage tridahi parikirtitaha.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground, hold onto the ankles of the feet and roll onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Pasanastadvo padau kuryan mastakatah paro.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. As you lay on your back with the legs vertical, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta. Now, hold onto the big toes and join your feet together above your body, keeping your legs straight and your arms straight as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta, move your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back, holding onto the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशैलं चरेत्.
The next asana is Padasharamasana. Laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to the nose and visualize Rama in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the hips, supporting you with the elbows on the floor. As you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards your head. Extend both arms up above your head and hook the fingers forward, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुदोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुदोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlace your fingers around the neck as you lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee pulled to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Marottanasana. Lay on your back and lift your legs one by one up, touching the knees to your ears as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the sole of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Ludhasana. Lay on your back and quickly throw your legs up above your head. Completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly with the toes extended and the hands on the ground by your shoulders, contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling in Saladhasana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
युद्धशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into Tadakshvasana, the plank position, as you jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again. Visualize yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat, walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Luritika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards, and bend your elbows. Keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body, and then bring them back to the center. Tilt your head back, open up your chest towards the sky, and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Saripasana. As you tie your feet with a rope, stand erect like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize that your Kundalini, Devi, is raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine, contract the perineal region. Force the Kundalini Shakti up. As you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the fists as you begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel as you walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashvasana. Maintain the same position. Walk around on the hands as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra as you gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground as you slightly lower the waist and shoulder of the respective heel, bowing to both sides. As you visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. As you bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Utshesakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of the foot towards your chest, while with the other leg sit down and stand back up. Alternate on both sides. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arms holding the knee with a hand in a fist as you place the other hand on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva As you stand on one leg with the opposite leg extended forward, lower your body down to the mat and then stand back up straight.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee as you tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the leg to the other thigh as you keep the hands hanging down by the sides towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Stand on the right leg and hold onto the big toes of the left foot as you straighten the left leg out to the side and visualize yourself as the North Pole Star as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind your neck if you can. Then stand tall. Otherwise, you can pull the leg towards your chest. Then alternate standing and sitting. Perform the 3 steps of Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you repeat Tandavasana on the other side.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring your foot to the opposite hip with the hands hanging down as you repeat Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the opposite foot, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate your body on the mat, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck if you can. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Stand with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body as you stand straight on the mat and relax. After this intense asana practice, this intense sequence, breathe deeply as we enter into the final 100 asanas of the sequence. The next asana is Gora Kajali Asana. Stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padasha Mudra as you sit in a squatting posture, and then let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, forcefully moving the retained prana up and down within your body and throughout your limbs, along with the mind. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभो होए बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Kanchidasana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlacing your fingers behind your back. Keep your chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेशयामि तं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairu Asana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back. In Parusha Mudra, sit upright and gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your palms behind your back with fingers pointing down. Gaze to the nose and visualize a boar, which is one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागदली की माहिली को और मिलाई फना पानी उकड़बई से.
The next asana is Pripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वयसं मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat, fingers wide, and place your knees onto the back of your arms with the eyes forward. Lean forward and down, lifting your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now kneel down, head on the ground with the palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and place your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Lower your body down onto the mat and sit in a kneeling position. Keep your toes touching behind and sit in between the heels. As you place your hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
ध्यानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is another inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues, please take precautions. If you need aid in support performing this asana, if you have a partner available, they can aid you. Otherwise, you can use a wall for support. You can walk the wall up and down. This is a progression where you can increase your arm strength and finally be able to perform this asana yourself. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground as you breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Move your hands closer together and again enter the handstand posture. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye. As you gaze up to your third eye, the Tejas energy will rejuvenate your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now visualize yourself as a fish as you enter a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha.
दिव्यं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Next up is Sarpasana 2. Lie prone on your belly with the hands on the hips and lift your chest to the left and right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
दिव्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidalambanasana. Lay prone on your belly with the hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto the chin. Keep the toes pointing backwards, feet together, as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back and lift your head and chest up, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms out in front and place the palms facing down as you bring your forehead to the mat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high into Gajasana. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels with the legs together, interlace your fingers around the toes, pull the feet towards your perineum, and then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो भणा शरामोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Interlace your fingers in front of your body and then behind you, stretching your arms forward to the sides and backwards as you give massage to various different joints and muscles within your body. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वम् अङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana as you turn your feet out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, the toes pointing backwards, the knees wide, with the hands below the ankles. Keep the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide, the feet overlapping on top of your ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together, place your perineum on top of the heels. Keep your palms on the ground with the fingers spread wide apart, thumbs touching the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दो भणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Vishrakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on the heels as you separate your knees and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishraka Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have.
दो पगांगी एड़ी जोई गोड़ा फनोवान पनी होई.
The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles together at the top of the feet on the ground. As you sit on the heels, bend your elbows, bring your fingers to the armpits, and imitate as if you were a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो भगतले संपुट आने तिनकी बिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने.
The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम बना पानी होय वैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the mat to the sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
गुल्फौ जवर्षण स्याधौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
The next asana is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदम नियम्य गुल्फाभ्याम जानवंगे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees. Cross your ankles behind with the feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभय होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारी तो धरे.
Next up is Viratasana. Sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise back up. Do this again and again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of the heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादय शिष्पुमान.
The next asana is Varasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to the nose. This is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Keep your knees together, toes tucked behind. Lean forward as you bring the elbows to the mat, with your hands holding the head. Rest your buttocks on the heels and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar incarnation of Mahavishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. This is another inverted posture. Use a wall for support if needed. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with both hands. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs straight up. Be stable. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andhasana. In a kneeling position, place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside of the knees. Hold your head with both hands, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe through your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम भगदली समठारावे कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. As you lie on your belly with the arms extended straight out, lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the Mula Bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground and keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and a strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands by the sides and lift your legs up over your head. As you slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head, keep the palms flat on the mat behind, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. As you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring the chest down so the navel touches the knees and keep your hands and elbows flat on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पुरपरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is a Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, keep your hands and elbows on the mat as you raise your legs, bend your back to touch the feet onto your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now place the perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in the Antaranga Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and then exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lulasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes over the left. The left toes over the right as you balance above the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
तोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now directly place your perineum down on the other heel As you repeat, Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against the chest. Keep your palms on the respective knees as you maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Squat with the feet flat on the mat. As you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap your hands around the shins and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये हस्तगुर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, the knees off the mat, place your perineum onto the heels and your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
विजास विजोस्येद ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, the soles of the feet together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground as you hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम प्राणापानी होए जैसे दो एडिकुदा निवैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip-width apart, with the hands under the soles of the feet from the inside. Palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, and gaze to the nose. As you visualize, you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step the feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on your mat as you visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा.
Next up is Kukkuttudanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. As you move around on two hands dancing, feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite arm towards your head. Be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhavana Muktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum, hold the knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Visualize any excess vata being released or balanced within your system as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your head as you place both hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight as you lift your entire body up off the ground. Keep your chin up, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. As you sit on the ground, hold the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a ball.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across. Hook it over the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift up your head and chest, find balance and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground as you have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Press the right knee down with the right hand as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshva Matsyendrasana. Now keep one leg bent on the ground with a foot at the opposite hip and bring the other leg over top as you twist your body around the raised knee and interlace your hands below the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Now sit and lift the other leg behind your neck, keeping your hands at the side and raising your whole body up with the other leg extended, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the opposite foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, cross the left foot over the right, and extend the legs out to the side, balancing as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top, shoulder underneath, push the knee down and place the other one on the ground as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side, bringing one heel to the opposite hip, the other leg over top of the knee as you twist your body around and bring your hands underneath and interlace the fingers behind your back, twisting your body even further, gazing up to your third eye and visualizing Matsyendranath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep one leg straight and press the perineum with one heel. Lean your chest forward and down. Hold onto the front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kranchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip. Hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep the knees straight. Visualize yourself as a crane as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, keeping the opposite heel against the perineum, leaning forward and down. Perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranchasana on the other side. As you bring the other heel outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg up, holding the foot with the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, the palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing the great sage Goraknath as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Pakasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One. As you gaze to your third eye, perform the Mula Bandha and re-enter the Shanmukhi Mudra once more. As you exhale, close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, the ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of the opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, rolling up the tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. As you inhale through the rolled up tongue, cooling down your body.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands next to your body and push your body off the mat, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated in this position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो गोकोडासनधितरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. Lean forward and while sitting, reach your hands behind your body in Parasha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the floor, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bowl.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करी सरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, lift your knees and insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows and hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बावा दाई जंग पर बाई लियावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows, hold the respective shoulders, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze at the nose and rejoice, knowing you're in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ वक्षे नीलकंठा ग्रंथि भेदासनम शुभम.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you roll onto your back, hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands and gaze to the nose, embodying a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासन बंधस्तम कराभ्याम धृत गंधरम.
Next up is Pangukukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up off the mat, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up onto the other hand as you repeat Pangukukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य प्रतिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, and rest your chin on the knuckles. Keep your thumbs pressed to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्त संस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. All three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्ति स्थितो योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the right hand around the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you repeat the movement on the other side as well.
वक्षे योगपूरक रक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
आसनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmakasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From Karmakasana 3, With your arms behind your back, roll onto your back. Hold on to the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your arms in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन को टाने, दो भू हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees with the feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest with the head touching the knees. Roll your body up into a ball as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on your back with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनग्राभे गोडा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Lie on your back and bend your knees as you keep your feet flat on the mat and place the upturned palms underneath your heels. Lift your hips up as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands, placed at the waist, as your elbows bear the weight of your body. Press your chin to the throat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशी पीठकम्.
Next up is Nadakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed, but then place your elbows and hands flat on the mat below. Balance as you visualize traversing Naraka, hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. From Nadakasana, bring your hands to the lower back and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. Visualize your abode crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नजेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your arms back flat on the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations.
प्रियन् नौकावते ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down to the mat as you lie supine. Contract the perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up your spine, performing the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Bring it up to the Brahmarandha. As you completely relax, unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind. Visualize your body as dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you as you internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start wiggling your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Raise your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands, rocking your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, let us conclude the Nithyananda Yoga session As you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, place your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji, and chant the Purna mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
Nithyananda, thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa, that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen, https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
Welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 Asana sequence of Nithyananda Yoga. Before we start the yoga session, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth, for yoga is a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body, apply it on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the Abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry. We are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. So, after the powerful yoga, we will enter into the power manifestation.
Yes, as always, the first round of the day is going to be blindfold reading. So make sure you have a blindfold ready with you. We're going to give you some time ahead to get ready, as we are going to chant the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the science of third eye, for the manifestation of this particular power. The pramana goes as follows.
Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtanmilitalochana Kramena manaso dhadya Lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Yes, the translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown, center, and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, that is Lakshyam. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So this is the Shastra Pramana. And now I request all the participants to switch on your cameras so that we can enter into the power manifestation. Close your eyes. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine. Enter into the space of oneness by chanting Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Enter into the space of oneness. Request Swamiji, whatever is being projected to show through the third eye, be in the space of oneness with deep gratitude. Just connect to Swamiji and request Swamiji to show through the third eye whatever is being projected. Please close your eyes as we enter into the power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. Now, slowly open your eyes. Whatever Swamiji revealed through the third eye, you can put it in the chat. Ma Chen Hu, can you please switch on your camera? I request all the participants to keep always your camera on so that we can help you in power manifestation and all other sessions.
Yes, make sure to share whatever was revealed in your inner space during this round of the power manifestation. For all the participants, whether here in the Zoom room or on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're tuning in from, let us know what was revealed to you before we enter into the verification step, where we are going to project the image once more.
Ma Shukra is saying yellow, orange, sun, some mountain shapes, water, boat, green, some other things. I don't know how to describe. Okay. Okay, whatever you're able to describe, please describe.
Okay.
Rest you can leave it. No need to describe.
All right. Ma Chen Hua, if you could also share what was revealed to you, if you have participated in this round of the power manifestation. Yes, as we are going to now project the image once more on screen. Yeah, you can see one shopping basket with some fruits and vegetables. There is a
Yellow.
Yeah, there is
There
a
is
lemon.
orange.
It's not quite a sun, but it's round and yellow. So
Is there which you cannot describe? Of course. Yes.
yes. All right. Shall we enter into a second round of manifestation? Let's get ready. You're gonna set up another image for all of you to scan.
Yeah. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Be in the space of oneness. Request Swamiji, whatever is being revealed, to show through the third eye. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Enter into that space of oneness. Mahavakya is the key for the power manifestation. The more you chant intensely, it will help you in the power manifestation. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Please close your eyes as we enter into the power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The image is projected now, so keep scanning, keep chanting the Mahavakya, and let's begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. Now, slowly open your eyes with deep gratitude towards Swamiji. Whatever Swamiji revealed through the third eye, you can put it in the chat.
Yes, this is one of the fundamental powers. When we experience a breakthrough in this power, then all the other powers also manifest seamlessly. When we can break our own logic and we can experience there is something which exists beyond our five senses, beyond what we experience on the regular basis, then many of the other dimensions also open up. Many of the deeper understandings also open up in us. So manifesting this power every day is essential if you want to have a breakthrough in the powerful cognitions. That is why it is part of every day of the program. Some of the Balasans, they even ride a bicycle with their eyes blindfolded, play basketball, and avoid obstacles, read full book pages, and it's amazing to see. Some of them, they take one picture And with their eyes blindfolded, they redraw the same picture once more. So there's many different variations of this power. And if we just keep on pushing ourselves with the will persistence, then more and more details will be revealed to us. We will get more and more grounded in the state of nirvikalpa samadhi from which all the powers manifest. So when we can establish ourselves in that oneness, then all the powers manifest because they are all Shakti. They're all based only on our feeling connection, our ability to settle in the oneness experience with Swamiji, and then he just manifests all of that through us. So requesting all of you to join in the power manifestation and share your results also.
Yeah, Mahashukranananda is saying, first looks like 2-3 layer cake, then it looks like a temple, place with people, similar to a temple in Japan, lots of stone structure.
Interesting. Actually, I wanted to select a picture of a cake at first. I wanted to type, but because you were on camera, I just selected whatever picture was there. It was actually, that was my first intention. Okay. Let us project the image on screen that we have shown in the meantime. It is a teacher in front of a class with a virtual whiteboard. There are some stickers on a mirror of some students, someone playing basketball, and you can see some of the students are sitting there. Yes. All right. Okay. I would still say you manifested the power, even though it was not blindfold reading, it was
Yeah, it's not a temple
mind reading.
place with the people. It's a classroom with the people.
Yes. So beautiful. Thank you for sharing and participating. And let us now get ready for the first Jnana segment of the day. Today, as we are going to cover the 4 tattvas, the 4 powers, and their significance in our life and in the very existence itself, we're going to start with the first of the 4 tattvas, which is integrity. Let us listen in as Swamiji is going to reveal about this fundamental universal principle. Let us all sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and listen in deeply as we learn about integrity.
Please come to the space of listening. The principles based on which the whole cosmos functions, more than the principle, they are your birthright. Understand this one example. There is a old house, and house has one room which is locked for centuries. Nobody knows what is there in that. The Rajaguru of that family calls you and gives you the key and says, go and open that key, and whatever is inside, enjoy it, it is yours. Naturally, you say, no, I have a lot of work. Why one more work? I am not interested. Who will go into the house and who will go into the room and who will open? When Rajaguru insists, please do it, it looks like he is putting one more work on you. He is putting one more responsibility on you. He is forcing you to do something. But when you go and open the door and see the treasure, large treasury. Any of you have seen literally with your eyes any treasury? Any of you? Any of you have seen in your life any treasury? I saw twice in my life. One, Anandapadmanabha Swami. I saw in few years before it became public when that king invited me to his palace. That is now overnight it has become world's richest spiritual institution. In Kerala, nearby a state, there is a temple, Padmanabha Swami temple. It literally feels like somebody slapping you. No, really. The treasury now, which is made public, I saw, they are saying that it was not open, it was not accessible and all that. It's lie. It was under the control of king, and it's a temple of Vishnu. I myself saw. It's literally like you faint. Because each diamond, see, actually when I went, it was all packed in gunny bags. When they showed me, something like a 90 gunny bag. And I asked him, what is there in this gunny bag? Why are you keeping this in the underground room? Oh, Swamiji, that and all diamonds. And if you see, there's a photograph also. Few photographs we have with that king in palace, and when he was taking me around the treasury, of course we could not complete seeing. In a single Vaidurya stone, around 4 feet, throne. The whole throne is single Vaidurya stone. In single Vaidurya stone they have carved. I don't know how many 1,000 crore it will be. And once I saw the Venkateshwara's treasury, Tirupati Venkateshwara's treasury. Anyhow, I'm just giving you the idea of what is treasury. If you find the treasury in that room and make it as yours, after that, will you feel what that Rajaguru was telling you is a responsibility, is a work? No, it's your birthright. Please understand. Before you open the door and acquire the treasury, acquire the treasure, it's a work. After you acquire the treasure, it's your birthright. Exactly the same way, these principles, these 4 principles, before you live them and start opening up to all the treasures of these 4 principles, extraordinary powers which you will be receiving by these 4 principles. Please listen. Before the extraordinary powers of these 4 principles becomes available to you, living this may look like a responsibility. Please listen. Come to the space of listening. Before you experience the powerful principles expressing miracles through you, it is like a responsibility. But once you open the treasury, the powerful powers which comes to you by internalizing these principles, it's your birthright. How many of you are able to cognize what I am saying? So these 4 principles are not One more responsibility I am adding to you. One more rule I am adding to you. One more law I am adding to you. It is the treasure I am adding to your life. Understand? I think still many of you are not cognizing. If you cognize the treasure is getting added to your life, you will sit straight. Anyhow, maybe when you start seeing the extraordinary powers these principles can add in few days, you will see that excitement happening in you. You will see that experience happening in you. I'll start the session. I'll start introducing the 4 principles. First principle. Please come to the space of listening. Now literally you are getting initiated into these tattvas, into these principles. How many of you are listening? So listen. The first principle, integrity, means integrity is you fulfilling the word and thought you give it to yourself and to others and experiencing state of completion with you and with life. Listen. Integrity is you fulfilling the word and thought you give it to you and to others and experiencing completion with you and others. Integrity is not social ethics, morality. No. I am not talking about integrity as a social ethics or as a morality. I am talking about integrity as a spiritual principle. See, society teaches you whatever word you give it to others, please honor it, and you have to honor it. I am not talking as a social morality or ethics. I am talking as a spiritual principle. Please listen. Society many times teaches you to fulfill the words you give it to others because based on that only society runs. But here, the first thing you need to know, the words you give it to you, the words you give it to you, start honoring the words you give it to you. Everyone understands integrity with others. It's like if you give a word to somebody, you will give $1 million within a week. even by giving your life, you have to give that $1 million. If you realize 6th day, just before the last day, that even if you give your life, nobody is ready to buy for $1 million. You can't fulfill your word. At least call and complete with that person. Tell that person, I can't give you the $1 million before, ahead of the time of the commitment. Even that is integrity. If you complete with that person, I can't do, and stop the mess you are creating in others' life, that is also integrity. This is more external world that everyone understands. But the real integrity starts with the words you give it to you. Please listen. With the words you give it to you. I'm giving you an example. In the young age, you wanted to become a doctor. Means you already gave a word to you that I will become a doctor. If you don't, sometimes you don't become doctor and you don't even bother about the word you gave it to you. Mostly because there is no evidence for the word you give it to you, and there is no punishment for breaking the word you gave it to you. Because nobody else is involved, you do not care about the words you give it to you. Please understand, the more and more you disrespect the words you give it to you, the more and more you will lose respect on you. Please listen. The more and more you disrespect the words you give it to you, the more and more you will lose respect for you. If you have committed with you that I am going to become a doctor, and if you are not able to become, at least complete with yourself. I gave a word to me, oh me, I gave a word to me that I will become a doctor. Neither I have become, nor I am going to be. So I complete with the commitment. I gave it to you, or I gave it to me. I free myself from this commitment so that I can become complete. It's something new. First time. Many of us even will be thinking. And you know the worst thing, not only we don't honor the words we gave it to us, and we neither complete with the words we give it to us, because this becomes a pattern, we don't even remember the words we gave it to ourselves. How many of you understand that? We don't even remember the words we gave it to us. Your life works only when you are in integrity. The degree of workability in your life is directly proportionate to the degree of integrity with which you live your life. I tell you, if you have integrity, even if the whole world does not listen to you, you will listen to you. I tell you, nobody needs to listen to you other than you. If you listen to you, you are a success. You are a winner. Nobody can do anything to you. I tell you from my experience. Just if you listen to you, nobody can do anything to you. The being who is in completion, nobody can do anything. Because cosmos wants him alive. Life wants him alive. When you are complete with you, the confidence you have on you, understand? When you are complete with you, the confidence you have on you, confidence the completion with you brings. Only when you experience the completion, you will understand integrity is not a principle for you to practice. It's a treasury you got. It's your birthright. Strange conclusions you create in your life without simple integrity is what I call virus inside, which continues to keep you as a slave forever. This is the straightforward, most practical solution. You need to understand almost 99% of your conclusions, the cognitions you carry about you, life, strange stupidity. If I wear the black dress, today the whole day will be bad. How you came to conclusion? If I see somebody in the morning wearing black dress, the whole day will be bad. How you came to the conclusion? Coming to sitting to strengthen those conclusions in your life. Understand what I am talking. I am giving a very superficial examples. I can go deeper. Go deeper. When your body is in good energy after a cup of coffee, how you think and perceive, how your cognitions are. When you are tired, bored, body is tired, how your cognitions and perceptions are. See, your cognitions, your irritations, your inspiration or boredom is not logical. It is just cup of coffee. It is just few chemicals and hormones. Distrusting your cognitions and trusting integrity as your software. Listen. Just disowning all your cognitions, deciding to catch up with the integrity. Integrity means I am defining. Every thought current you cherish, you should put your whole being to fulfill it, because every thought current you cherish is a promise you are giving to yourself. Either you put your whole being to complete it, fulfill it, or you drop it and complete it. That's all is integrity towards yourself. Listen, I'll repeat once more. Every thought current you cherish is a word you give it to you. So you should work putting your whole energy to make it into reality. If you are sure you can't make it into reality, complete and drop it. Don't entertain, enjoy anymore. Do not date if you are not going to commit. Same thing outside. Give a word only when you are going to live it. If not, drop it. Just this one, only one, integrity, replace all your cognitions. Your cognition about God, your cognition about world, your cognition about life, your cognition about society, your cognition about your body, your cognition about your mind. Replace it just with this simple, straightforward integrity. The kind of a transformation you will go through, I tell you. In Ayurveda, there is a very simple one verse by a great Siddha. He gives deathless life, the art of deathless life. Take care, the throat is always clear. You will not have death. Looks so simple. One, true, the statement is true. Second, all problems start with your throat infection. If you can take care, the pashana, the medicine is stored in the throat, you will never, not only you will never die, you will never age old. That is actually the symbolic representation of Sadashiva having poison in the throat. Poison clears any infection even before it starts. See, in anything you do, you know the first principle. Am I right? First statement. For example, lawyer. He is committed to his client. Doctor. He is committed to life. Engineer. He is committed to the product he is delivering. The first principle of your existence. Being integrated to the first principle of your existence without the fine print footnotes. See, all of you know the first principle of your existence. Am I right? Being committed to that, being integrated to that. All the other utility transactions cannot touch the integrity of your first principle. They may be there, may not be there. But the first principle cannot be compromised. Cannot be compromised. I tell you, first principle brings strength. Understand? Integrity to first principle is strength. That is what Sadashiva calls it as Swadharma. He uses the word Swadharma in Agama. Means your first principle is Swadharma. All of you are very clear about your first principle. Am I right? What is your first principle? Means your declaration about you to the world. All of you know your first principle. Being integrated to that, that's all.
Swamiji, when you say we know the first principle, is it something that changes from time to time, isn't it?
Time to time.
Yeah.
I should say, the practical application may change time to time, but not the first principle itself. First principle itself does not change time to time. Surely it doesn't change.
Like you said, if someone becomes a doctor, or then he wants to become an engineer, or then
Oh, no, what I am saying, that time what I said, multidimensional. That I used. Here what I said is, your main commitment. Even if you are doing multidimensional, then your first principle should be, when I am declaring myself as a doctor, I am committed to life. When I am declaring myself as a lawyer, I am committed to client. When I am declaring myself as an engineer, I am committed to the delivery of the product. That's all. So that's the first principle. What I am declaring, that forms my first principle. Your first principle is your Swadharma. And being integrated to your Swadharma without shaking or letting your integrity to be shaken by any of the outcomes and side effects. Whether you are praised or blamed or showered, supported or beaten, being integrated to your first principle. Integrity, anything which your cognition cognizes. As on now, I can give you example of how your cognition cognizes anger and lust and even hunger, fear. In that frequency, if you cognize the power of integrity, you will be powerful forever. You will be powerful forever. Not just feeling powerful, you will start manifesting powers. Because if you are integrated to your wife, you will have a very good home. If you are integrated to your boss, you will have very good office. If you are integrated to Guru, you will have amazing cosmos. Your integrity is directly integrity to me. I was successful in integrity when I was young because I made it very personal. Like I have to get up and run because I'm going to see Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It was such personal, intimate experience. I became successful in integrity. Not any other logical practices. Practice may make you perfect, not integrated. Cognitive shift makes you integrated. Decision makes you integrated. That is why when you miss integrity, I am not asking you to practice integrity. I am making you to decide to be integrated from now. Declarations are decisions of reminding yourself, let me burn me with integrity. Let me awaken me to my integrity. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let's make integrity as a cognition today. See, once it becomes cognition, your chemical change, you see, all your sleep, everything is just chemical change, nothing else. If you keep your tube in your mouth and early morning pour the coffee, you will just wake up. Your sleep is nothing but, your struggle with the whole sleep is nothing but half a cup of coffee. No, really. romanceless relationships are all nothing but masturbation. Understand? That is why in any relationship, romance is more important than the physical component of it. All your struggle with the sleep or tiredness or boredom is nothing but simple chemical imbalance. If you are feeling sleepy, tired, tell yourself it is not mental, it is just physical chemical imbalance. Integrity will clean it up. When you clear chemical imbalance using integrity, you bring tremendous health to your system. Understand? If you don't sleep because you are watching movie or some other entertainment, Facebook or something else, you may fall sick. But if you don't sleep because you are practicing certain integrity or tapas, you will never fall sick. Only your body will become healthy.
Yes, beautifully. We have received the insights into integrity, multi-layered understandings about integrity. First and foremost, understanding that we need to get that is that we need to listen to ourselves. We need to learn how to listen to ourselves. If we can simply listen to ourselves, the moment we have a powerful click, cognition, a powerful cognition clicks with us, we are going to have a superconscious breakthrough. Because the moment we understand this is the best for me, we can apply it, we can live it. But if we don't listen to ourselves, naturally, the powerful cognition, they will be not useful for our life immediately. We might use it to give some good advice for someone. But if we ourselves don't listen to us, who will listen? And as Swamiji shared, it is most important for us to listen to ourselves. Then even if others don't listen, it doesn't matter because we are already successful. Nothing, no one can harm us because the very cosmos will want us alive. The very existence will make sure that we are protected. So what is integrity? From the very fundamental from the very fundamental base. Integrity is you fulfilling the word and thought you give to yourself and to others, and experiencing a state of purnatva, completion with yourself and life. Power manifestation will automatically happen when you are integrated. Integrity is not just about the big commitments we make in our life. It could be something as simple as telling yourself, I'm going to wake up early every morning and practice yoga. Or telling a friend, let's meet at 5 p.m. No matter what the word you have given to yourself or others, honoring it as your life is real integrity. Unfortunately, not honoring words you give to yourself and others begins as a habit in you very early in life. As we grow up in life, we are never taught to respect our words. By the time you are an adult, not honoring the words you give to yourself and others becomes your muscle memory, becomes your pattern, becomes your thinking trend and very way of living. So you have a homework, because this is something that needs to be practiced continuously. It is not something that we can solve with an exercise. So from today, at least for the next 11 days, experiment being in integrity. Honor every word you give to yourself and to others. If you're not able to honor any word you gave, complete that. For example, you gave a commitment to finish a project you took up by a particular date. Do everything it takes to see that you finish and submit that project on time. In the worst situation, if you're not able to fulfill your commitment, speak to yourself and ensure you are complete. If you gave a commitment to another person, inform them that you are not going to be able to finish this on time, and tell them how you're going to complete it. Completion can also mean that if you give everything that you could, but you're not able to make it, to at least inform, remove the expectation that was created about you delivering that goal, that target, being on time for a place. Imagine you're waiting for a friend and they are stuck in a traffic jam for 2 hours and they don't let you know. You're waiting there, standing there, expecting them to arrive. So it's most important to do the completion. So we're going to anyways enter into a small exercise for completion with our Vak. Whatever commitments, words, promises you gave to you and others and did not honor and fulfill, where you did not restore your integrity, where you have not even completed, please list all of those down. See, if you honored, you don't need to pen them down. If you have completed with them, saying that I'm not going to honor it, you are on your own. I'm on my own. Even if you don't, even then you don't need to pen those down. So if you completed telling the person that you're not going to fulfill whatever you have declared towards them, you don't need to pen those commitments down. So if you neither completed nor honored the word, please now pen those words down.
Yeah, all the words you have given to yourself and to others. It might be simple as waking up morning at 5 o'clock and doing yoga. So if you have said, okay, from tomorrow onwards, I'll start yoga at 4 a.m. So, but because of your laziness, you didn't wake up and you didn't do for yoga. It starts with small incompletion or small words you have given to yourself and others. You said to your friend, you'll be coming at 5 p.m. for the coffee. So, but you didn't turn up. So you have to complete with all those things which you had given to yourself and others, the words you have given to yourself and others. So remember all those words, write elaborately and complete. That is how you manifest the powers. You know you are completed with all those things, then automatically the results it will manifest as a power. Whenever you have a breakthrough, it will manifest as a power.
Yes, understand the
power of Vak, which is awakened through completion in the field of integrity, is such that your word will hold such a weight that not only people, the very cosmos will listen to you. So when you start listening to yourself, it is a space that you hold. It is a kind of leadership that you radiate that will make the cosmos simply follow you. So I'm sure some of you would have already experienced this phenomenon where you just knew, okay, this is what is going to happen. And you made that declaration knowing from your being that this is what is going to be the reality. And the people around you, they were moved. Simply, they also understood, yes, this is what's going to happen by your declaration. This is what you can experience when you complete with your Vak more and more. So let us now move into the first step of the exercise. We're going to have multiple steps. Let's take a few minutes. If you have any questions about integrity or this exercise in particular, let us know so we can attend to it. Please let us now move on to the second step of this exercise. Now, please give a commitment to yourself to be in integrity and to complete with your words, promises, and commitments which you gave to yourself and others. So either fulfill what you declared or complete with all those words, promises, and commitments. Let's get ready. Hope all of you were able to pen down all the unfulfilled promises that you have given to yourself and others. And now let us declare to complete. As Ramaji has shared, a declaration is a decision. So whenever you want to manifest something in life, just declare it rightly. Declare it to your family, your friends and family, to your colleagues, to your Sangha members, everyone who knows you, everyone who knows how you have been. Just declare how you are going to be. So let's enter into the step of the exercise. Ma Shukrananda already shared that she had already completed with 2 people. Great, Ma. Let's continue with the next step of the exercise. in the third step, we're going to again look into our life. This time, let us pen down 3 promises, commitments you gave to others that you did not honor or fulfill or withdraw, therefore lacking integrity. And then make a call to the 3 people and either recommit to honoring the word you gave and fulfilling it, or withdraw your commitment and complete for the word you gave. Sometimes people may not remember that you have given this word, but if you remember, you have to complete with it. So that's what is most important. See, when we don't fulfill the words that we give to ourselves and others, not only they will lose trust in the word that we give, we ourselves will lose the trust in the words we give. So let us do the completion. Let us do what is necessary to restore our power, restore the Vak Shakti. If you have any questions about this exercise, let us know. And let's now enter into this exercise.
Yes. After the centralization exercise, let's move into the power manifestation session. Today, we'll be having consciousness over matter.
Yeah, it's one of the very beautiful powers. Very impressive to see how the object is moving by the force of your will alone. And it is one of the powers which can be manifested throughout your day. You can just have a small round object with you. I mean, it's always great to have some fruit with you wherever you go. So just keep some oranges or an apple or something, and you can manifest the power wherever you go. Not that you cannot manifest this power with inorganic objects as well, but in the beginning stage, it is easiest to manifest the power using organic objects such as fruit. And in the initial state, it is easier to manifest the power on your own palm or on other people's palms. After that comes objects which contain silicon, because the silicon directly responds to the consciousness. From there, you can manifest the power on books or other small objects, tables, and finally the ground itself. Swamiji has explained that your ability to roll the object on a different surface is directly connected to your completion space that you hold with that object. So that is why there's like different levels to this power, where you can finally have the completion with the entire planet itself, with the ground which you are walking on, the ground on which you may be spat in the past. All these things we don't even cognize what we are actually doing. Swamiji clearly said, if you carry violence in your inner space, every step that you take on the ground is a violation to the ground itself. So when you start going into more and more completion, naturally also your steps will carry that completion. Swamiji said, the being should be so light that if you walk on the grass on a daily basis, there should be no footpath being developed. The grass on which you walk should not die from your steps. That is when you know that you are a real sannyasi in the complete completion. So with this as a context, let us get ready. Have an object, any round object, any fruit is optimal. And get ready. You can take a coconut or an apple or a mango, an orange, whatever you have available, and settle down. Place the object on your palm. You can keep the palm on a solid surface like a table so it is stable, and then connect with Swamiji in your inner space.
Yes, you can take any of the round objects. It might be coconut, apple, or orange, any round object. Chant the Mahavakya intensely, consciously decide, and with the power of third eye, move the object. So whenever you are manifesting, you can record that one. Yes, anything you are doing power manifestation, you can always record it as your Atma Pramana. So that in coming this thing, it will be as your Atma Pramana, which can be, you can give, you can send it to us so that it becomes your Atma Pramana.
We are actually already working on compiling a set of videos where other people have been manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. It is not yet out, but as a small disclaimer, we are going to have a video where you can entangle to the power manifestation. There are beautiful videos out there where people are manifesting the power of consciousness over matter on various different objects, on various different surfaces, deities, and coconuts. And move. You can clearly see how the deity starts spinning and moving around. It is beautiful to see. So for now, let us get ready. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep vibrating with the Mahavakya.
Yes. Keep chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Hold the object on your palm and chant the Mahavakya. You can see the object rolling from your palm. Whichever side you want. If you want on the right side, tell it to roll on the right side. If you want left side, you can move it left side. If you want it to make it stand, you can make it stand. Coconut is the best thing. You can see it standing. Or the Atmalinga. If you have Atmalinga with you, you can use Atmalinga. Chant intensely the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. That's all settled down. And share your experience during this round of the power manifestation. Share your power manifestation results. You can also let us know what object you have manifested this power with. Requesting all the participants to please come on camera. Ma Chen Hua, Kong Jiaolan, and Ma Kailiwang. Also, Ma Li Sisa is barely visible. It's only black with a white spot. Yes. Oh, another black screen just joined. Okay, please make sure you are visible on camera throughout the sessions and share your manifestation results after this powerful round of consciousness over matter. You can also share what level of power you've manifested. Have you rolled the object on your palm? Have you rolled it on a surface? Let us know. See, the power of consciousness over matter is actually a multi-dimensional power. It is not only moving objects with our mind. It is matter. Everything which is matter can be moved. That means you have a health problem. You can literally move your organs. You can adjust whatever needs to change in your own body. You can move people. People are matter. You can move them to do what you want them to do. You can move their thought currents. Swamiji has clearly shared our cognitions are matter. They are synaptic connections in our brain, and they can be moved. through the power of consciousness over matter. For example, you have a spine problem, a bone problem, you can realign your own body through the power of consciousness over matter. And naturally, all the objects can be moved. Swamiji says even planets, objects of the size of planets can be moved with this power manifestation. It is possible. It all is only linked to the level of our completion. So Rajendra Babu is sharing, the object is a pen and it was turned. Great. Congratulations. Celebrate yourself. Always celebrate the power manifestation. That is great. Thank you so much for sharing also. And yes, once more requesting all the participants to please come on camera, clearly visible throughout the sessions of the day. This is part of the security guidelines, requesting your understanding to be please on camera throughout the day. And let's get ready to enter into the next Jnana segment of the day.
Yes. So next, we are going to hear about the authenticity from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly. So he always says that it is about being true to oneself and aligning all the four images and the expectations of others to you. So it means living at your peak of your possibility and responding to the life with integrity. So if you are a leader, example, at workplace, so present yourself confidently in the meetings is your outer image, and your colleagues expect you to take charge is the other's image. When you live this authentically, then that is your peak possibility, and that's how you expand in life, and that's how you will be at your best in your life.
Yes,
So
Swamiji has beautifully shared the 4 images that we carry. They are our very extension. So sometimes we feel someone has an expectation towards us. Why should we do what they want us to do? No, we have created that expectation in them as part of our very identity. So it is for our own expansion to align to their expectation. When we feel they are expecting too much, it means they believe that we are more powerful than what we believe about ourselves. And Swamiji also shared, if we can create this expectation in another person, be very clear, you have the power to make this as your identity. If the people think you can live up to an identity, it means you have that ability, you have that possibility. You just need to decide to live it, drop the resistance, and live authentically.
Yes. Now, let's hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sharing about the authenticity.
I'll expand on the second principle. How? Second principle, authenticity, transforms the reality of your life. First line, first tattva you need to know is whatever you experience as reality is only possibility. Please listen. If you are experiencing your reality as rich, everything good, that is also only a possibility for great which is supposed to come. If you are experiencing your reality as bad, poor, suffering, suffocation, that is also is a work possibility for the worst which is going to come. Listen listen. Whatever you experience as reality is only possibility. If you are experiencing as good, the great possibility for better. If you are experiencing as bad, the possibility for worse. But do not ever think the reality you are experiencing is the reality. No. It is just possibility. If you are experiencing fear, be very clear. It is only a possibility for the greater fear which is going to come. If you are experiencing courage, be very clear. It is only the possibility for the greater courage which is going to come. Everything you experience as reality is just possibility. Let me expand on authenticity. Authenticity means the state where you are established in the peak of your capability, your possibility, and you respond to life from who you perceive yourself to be. The inner image and peak in the outer image, and establishing yourself in peak in others' image about you. Listen. Whatever you perceive about you is only a possibility. If you think you are a Swami, good person, nice person, even that is only a possibility for the greater saint to happen. If you think you are filled with jealousy, dirt, junk, and whatnot, disease, depression, that is also not the reality. It is a possibility for greater disease, greater depression, greater disorders to happen. Now, almost all of us experience ourselves as a mixture of both. How many of you cognize what I am saying? You experience yourself as a mixture of both. Little health and little disease. Little goodness, little badness. Little joy and little depression. Little reconciliation and little fight. And little wealth and little poverty. So you are a possibility for any extreme. In a way, you are a possibility for any possibility. When you are in a state of possibility for any possibility, you are called seeker. Bring authenticity continuously. Expand how you feel about you, how you project to others, and how others experience you. Go on expanding. Go on expanding. Authenticity is the possibility of life in you. Drop this tool. Bring authenticity in whatever you are. How you feel you, how you project yourself to others, and how others want you for them. In all these three, bring yourself to your peak. When you bring authenticity to your thinking, Please understand. Bringing authenticity into your thinking and your action not just brings the result how much you expand. It's like there is a water canal. You remove only 2 feet mud which is covering the canal. Are you going to get water only for 2 feet land? The mud which is obstructing the canal, see there is a water canal, 2 feet high bund is there, mud which is obstructing the water flowing in that canal. If you remove the 2 feet mud, are you going to get water only for the 2 feet land? No. It is going to be flooded into 200 acre. Same way, when you practice authenticity, for example, morning you do 24 Surya Namaskar. You decide to bring authenticity in your action. Make it as 54. Don't think you are going to have the benefit of only that extra 29 Surya Namaskar. No. Your whole body is going to respond to your authenticity. You are going to have hundreds of many other extraordinary powers by that authentic decision. Don't think, if I do 24 Surya Namaskar, I'll build 16-inch muscle. If I do 54 Surya Namaskar, I'll build 17-inch muscle. No! Authenticity does not bring results in proportionate level. It brings results in exponential level. That is what you need to learn, because inauthenticity is not functioning based on mathematics. Inauthenticity is a black cage. There is a water canal. The entrance of the water canal is 2 feet wide, and the 2 feet wide is covered by 2 feet height mud. If you remove the 2 feet wide mud, you may remove 2 cubic feet mud. Removing the 2 cubic feet mud is not going to help only to reach water to 2 cubic feet. You can't say, all right, I removed 2 cubic feet mud, so now water will come for 2 cubic feet. No. It is going to reach to 200 acres, because inauthenticity works as a black cage. It does not function in mathematics logic, the logic of maths. So when you become authentic, the result is not mathematical, it is exponential. It is not proportionate, it is exponential. All your inauthenticity is a small black cage. If you make your Surya Namaskar from 24 to 54, you are not going to have the benefit of just extra 29 Surya Namaskar. No, your body will enter into a different space. Whole day you will be in that authenticity. In every step you are doing, you will be in that authenticity. Every action you take, every thinking happens in you, every step of your life, you will be in that authenticity. The power of authenticity brings unknown energies awakened in you, capabilities awakened in you. Authenticity straight away brings strength in your presence. Nobody will even plan for cheating you. I go around everywhere wearing so much of gold. Not a single thief thinks of stealing from me because he knows it will be too costly mistake. Even 2-gram chain, 3-gram chain, people snatch. And it's not that I don't walk alone. Many times I walk alone. In the streets, even if you walk as 10 people, few gram chains, people snatch. There are chain snatchers. Not a single thief even thinks, because he knows it will be too costly mistake. Same way, your presence will be so heavy when you practice authenticity. No one will think of taking advantage of you. They know it is too costly mistake. It will be too costly mistake. Authenticity brings strength to your presence. Understand? Catch the truth. Authenticity brings strength to your presence. When you practice authenticity, just by your presence you will enrich people. Anything you say simply will become part of the people's space. Their inner space will not even have a guts to say no. They will simply forget no in your presence. Understand? Authenticity means being in peak in all the three. Being in peak in all the three. Let me explain. Having best, no books, notebooks. Please drop everything. No, can you drop all the notebooks? If you want only notebook, then I can give you the printout. And no need for class, na? Listen, listen. Internalize. Point by point. Inner image. Having consciously built best inner image for yourself. As on now, our inner image is not consciously built. It is happening due to accident. Some old dilapidated bungalow you caught hold and you are living in it. You have not built it. You did not see the vastu. You did not buy the land as you want. You did not plan it and you did not create it. Some old dilapidated house, some accident happened, some ghost possessed, all the fellows in the house ran away, you went and started living there. Your inner image is not consciously built by you. Understand? Having consciously built inner image for yourself and projecting consciously built outer image for you. Most of our outer image is a reaction. Understand? It will be literally opposite to what you feel inside. It's like if somebody punches you, inside you feel that terrorized, you are terrorized, terrible fear. Just to save yourself that others should not punch you, you show a strong face. It's a reaction, but I am not saying strong face is wrong. Be very clear. The strong face should be consciously built with responsibility. I'll show the strong face. I'll take the responsibility for it. I will align my inner image with it. How many of you are cognizing what I am saying? If you are not able to cognize, raise your hand. I'll repeat. Listen. I'll repeat. Both of you, please keep the hands raised so that I'll talk to you directly. Listen. Your inner image as on now, you have not built it consciously. Have you built it consciously? Have you planned how you should feel about you? It is something happened in your life. Due to many things happened in your life, automatically it got built. You understand? Both of you understand what I am saying? No, backside, you. What you carry about you is not consciously created by you. You did not create it purposely. The young age, somebody has beaten you, you feel, oh, I am weak. Somebody has cheated you, you feel, I am always cheated. Somebody says you are a good guy, you feel, I think I am a good guy. So it is only an outcome of different accidents. Am I right? You are cognizing? So, your inner image, as on now what you carry, is not best because you did not build it. Same way the outer image, which you are projecting to others, is not best because you did not consciously create it. It came out as a reaction. If your elder brother was beating you constantly in the young age, you have to put up a brave face so that he doesn't beat you. If your father is scolding all the time, you have to put a brave face so that he keeps quiet. So most of your outer image is reaction created unconsciously, not a consciously created. Getting it? Others' image. Listen. What others feeling about you, especially the people who live around you, taking responsibility for that. Whatever people expect who live around you, about you, for example, what your mother expects from you, what your father expects from you, it is not that you have to fulfill the expectation of the guy who walks in the street who have nothing to do with your life. No. But with whoever you have committed, with whoever you have commitment, if you have a commitment with a father, with a mother, with a wife, with a son, with a daughter, see, if you are already divorced, you say, you are on your own, I am on my own, then no problem. But if you are still committed with a father or mother or a son or a brother or sister or friend or business partner, whoever is involved in your life, if you are a lawyer to your client, if you are a doctor to your patient, if you are an engineer to your customer, with whoever you are committed, taking responsibility for their expectation. Please listen. Now I am giving you the gist. Consciously building the best inner image, consciously building the best outer image, consciously taking responsibility for others' expectation for you. I am not saying fulfilling others' expectation. Getting it? Understand? I am not saying fulfilling others' expectation. I am saying taking responsibility for others' expectation. This three is authenticity. Building best conscious inner image for you, best conscious outer image for you, responsibility, taking responsibility for others' expectation about you, means you should be responsible for what you make others expect from you. And either you should change their expectation or fulfill their expectation. But for both, you are responsible. Getting it? This is authenticity. Taking responsibility for what others expect from you. For example, you are mother of somebody. You set an expectation to your son what he should expect from you. So you take the responsibility and set a scope of expectation. You understand? You set a scope and you fulfill it. Taking responsibility for what others expect from you, you set a proper scope and fulfill it, both. So, all these three being put in one line. All of you are getting it? Let me make it more clear with some more examples. Aligning your inner image, outer image, and others' expectation. All the three is authenticity. Let me define. In any point in time, authenticity is you being established and responding to life from the peak of your capability of who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, what you expect, what others expect you to be for them. It's almost like a legal statement. Now let me make it very practical. What you think of you is almost like a board useless repetition, words. That is why you terribly feel bored of you. If others are not bored of you, you are a happy person. If you are not bored of you, you are a blissful person. Understand? But if you look in what you think of you, you will see a bored idea. Because it is not consciously built. The possibility for updation is not there. Now, building a conscious personality, conscious inner image, we will be doing some process, how to build. First, we will have to find out when we build this accidental personality, which we are carrying. Maybe in the young age, some accident, some powerless moments. Accident does not mean only road accident. In India, accident means road accident, that's all. We don't know any other accident. Even if your mother is beating you, you are standing powerless, shivering. You did 1-2 in your dress, even that is an accident. Many times in those powerless moments, you build idea about you. You build the inner image about you. Please listen. Authenticity at any point in time, authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself or your inner image, who you project yourself to be for others, ahankara or outer image, what others expect you to be for them, anyakara, others' image about you. Being authentic means living to the peak of all the three mentioned above. Now it's a worksheet. Now you have to, from this point, you have to answer. Number 1, describe all the qualities you believe as part of your internal image, inner image. Number 2, describe all the qualities you believe as a part of your external image, outer image, how you project you to others. Number 3, describe all the qualities others have shared with you as what they believe as part of the image they carry about you. Means what others expect from you. Now analyze the above and identify which of the qualities are not in alignment with the three images, your inner image, outer image, and others' image about you. Those are the aspects you need to work on. You have to now align all these three images of you that exist. This may include stretching your inner and outer image, it means internal and external image, to align with others' image of you, or take responsibility to transform others' image and align it with your inner and outer image. Clear? Now please start the work. Start answering the three questions. Then we will do what need to be done. You answer only these three questions.
Yes. So beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared about the authenticity and how your beliefs, what you believes as you, and what you projects as you to others, and how to fulfill that others' expectations about you. So all this. So before going to the exercise, so we'll internalize few points Swamiji has mentioned in the discourse. So whatever you believe as you, and what you project as yourself to others, and how you experience life for yourself, and how you fulfill others' expectations about you, living at your peak in every dimension of yourself is authenticity.
Yes, Swamiji beautifully shared that we are very much responsible for others' expectations in us. That does not necessarily mean that we have to fulfill all the expectations people have. Yes, Nithyananda. It is about understanding that we are creating them, and our life is impacted by the expectation other people have about us. So especially those people in our team, those people who we involve with, those people who we care about, those people where we feel it matters what they think about us. We are responsible for what they expect from us. So when we feel that our family members have too high expectations in us, we have the responsibility to align to that. And somebody clearly said, never lower your image, always raise the image which is lacking. So if you have the inner image that you are not able to fulfill the other's image, the expectation towards you, you have to complete with your inner image and raise it to that level. As we had mentioned before the session, when you are able to raise an expectation in another person about you in a specific way, you are also equipped with the necessary powers and intelligence to make that as your reality. So if someone thinks you can be a great singer, that means you have that potential. You just need to stretch yourself. You need to complete with the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial that you are carrying. So authenticity in action is union with the divine. Beautifully in Bhagavad Gita, it is shared. Yogaha karmasu kaushalam. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 50. Understand there is a difference between honesty and authenticity. Honesty is a socially good quality. Authenticity is a spiritual quality. Honesty is only the first step, the initial step. Authenticity means living the spiritual truths, the multidimensional understanding. And it is a tattva, a principle. So naturally, when you live authenticity, it will manifest in your life as powers also.
So what is authenticity? So continuously expanding our outer image and inner image and fulfilling the other's image is authenticity. So taking responsibility even for what others believe you to be for them is authenticity. So with authenticity, because there is no more space for unconscious living, you'll be always be aware of the cause and effects that are playing in your life. So authenticity destroys your fear of failure. It is due to this fear of failure that you get into the space of impossibility. The fear of possibility, it is due to this fear of your possibility that you get into the space of impossibility.
Yes, you would have experienced this many times when you think about how you want to be. You have some vision about yourself. But the moment you start visualizing yourself already being in that space, it feels too big. You feel the gap is too big for where you are right now, how you're perceiving yourself right now, and that what you are thinking as your possibility, you don't even dare visualizing yourself as that. So bridging that gap happens when you live authentically. When you take up authenticity with responsibility, you will expand, and at some point you just find yourself in a position where you had not even dreamed of being. So let us actually move on to an internalization exercise about authenticity. Understand when we get into a disalignment with any of the tattvas, it is not some coincidence or accident. It always comes as a pattern. So let us look in And we're not going to go through our entire life and see where we have not been authentic. That is not required. If we can look into a few incidents, we will catch the pattern, and then we will be able to complete with it. So few incidents are enough. So the easiest way to go through this process is just to look for the last 24 hours.
Yes. So spend little time writing about all the moments where you displayed a lack of authenticity in last 24 hours. And after each situation, find a way how you can realign yourself back to authenticity. So write down all this, and with authenticity, you will suddenly get new ideas and new solutions. It will open up for you.
It's so beautifully shared. The power that manifests when you live authenticity is Mano Shakti, the power of thought. When you are not aligning yourself, when you are not aligning the various identity to the peak of your possibility, you are literally trimming off the possibilities of your life, and your thinking will revolve only on how to keep yourself small. You have to justify yourself why you are not able to do something. Actually, your possibility is here, but you believe it is here. Others see you as here, maybe in between, maybe not at the peak, but they see you higher than what you believe. So now you have to work to convince them that it is not possible for you, because you feel it is not possible and you are living that. So your thinking is working constantly in justifying why it is not possible for you. So if you can complete with that, all of a sudden, all that energy that you are investing in justifying why something is not possible for you becomes free. And you can actually use your thinking to express it as the peak of your possibility. It's like removing that self-sabotage and opening up the floodgates. Like Shaman just said, you remove 2 square feet of mud, all of a sudden, the flood of water comes in and floods hundreds of acres. It is not just you remove those 2 square feet of mud, because all the inauthenticity acts as a blockage. So the blockage is able to prevent hundreds and thousands and millions of liters of water to flow into the system. So let us work on that 2 cubic feet, and then we'll experience the transformation. And yeah, let's take a few minutes, pen down wherever you have not been authentic in the last 24 hours, where you did not want to stretch yourself. Either you did not take responsibility to create the right expectation about you and others. See, sometimes other people might not expect much of you, and it is easy for you to fulfill their image, but only because you didn't create the right expectation in them. You might feel comfortable. Oh, yeah, they only expect me to do this much of work. My boss thinks I'm not capable of more. Let me relax in that work. Let me work only on that level. But inside you would know you're actually capable of doing much more. So what you should do is you should raise their expectation to what you know is possible for you, and then stretch yourself to fulfill it. Then naturally your boss will say, whoa, he's a capable person. I should give him a raise. I should give him a more important role in the company. But if you don't raise their expectation about you to what you know as your possibility, you will never get there. Same way, another person might be disappointed that you're not delivering because they know about your possibility, but you don't believe that. So you self-sabotage yourself and you don't expand. So wherever you have experienced these kinds of happenings in the last 24 hours, write those down and look in what you can do to realign yourself, to expand yourself, to align your inner image, your outer image, and the other's image to that peak possibility that you carry. If you have any questions about the exercise or about any of the images, let us know in the chat. We'll happily respond and help you to understand this exercise so you also can live at the peak of your possibility. Let's enter into this internalization exercise. Now, after this powerful exercise, let us get ready for the next segment of the day, which is going to be the next round of today's power manifestation. There is one question in the chat. Do you know if Akashic records can help to find my highest possibility? I know Swamiji can change the Akashic records to stretch the life goal. I'm sure that even knowing about the Akashic records will help you to live your authentic identity. Since even if you just receive information about your default future, you know clearly where you are heading. So from there, you can make informed decisions. But naturally, the ultimate possibility is Paramashiva only. So I guess, sure, I'm sure if you receive information, insight from the Akashic records, that will definitely help you to manifest your highest possibility, just because it is so easy. It's so easy to listen and receive the revelations. Naturally, after you have received the reading, it is still your will persistence alone to manifest it. So that Tyaga, to align where you are heading, to where you want to go, that is still up to you. So I hope that answered your question, Mark.
Yes, if you want to share, anyone want to share anything, like after you did this exercise, you can put it in the chat.
Yes, also requesting, yeah.
Rajendra Baboya. So if you want to share anything, you can share.
Requesting also the other participants, Ma Li Sisa, Ma Wei Wen Mei, Shen Hua, Kong Jiaolan, Ma Kylie Wang, and Ma Shukla Enlightenanda to please be on camera throughout the program. Join us here. I know it is late for many of you. It is or early in the morning, depending on where you are. Please make sure the light is on in your rooms. You're properly visible. Yes, exactly. Okay, if you have any experiences you would like to share from this insight, any declarations that you have made to yourself, where you are going to align yourself back to integrity, back to authentic action, you can let us know. Share whatever you decided after this exercise. And let's get ready to enter into the next round of today's power manifestation. We're manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. And yeah, let's begin by chanting the Shastra Pramana for consciousness over matter from the Vijnana Vaidava Tantra, Dharana 95, Sutra 120.
So the verse says, Kvachid vastu vininyasya shanair drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam evi shunyalayo bhavet. So Bhagavan Paramashiva translates as having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object and as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thought and impression of it. Then, O Devi, one obeys in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state all inclusiveness or infinity.
Yes, beautifully Swamiji has shared. The very source of all power manifestation is Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the state where there is no thoughts which are rising or falling. There is no fluctuation in the mind. It is just the pure intense presence. So Paramashiva has given this as a technique where you have an object, you have something which is manifest, but first you just gaze at it and then withdraw everything that you know, everything that you cognize. So for example, you are holding an apple. You look at it, you see, okay, it is red or it is green. It is sweet or it is sour. It is a big apple, it is a small apple, it's a wild apple. All these ideas that you might carry, gradually, bit by bit, you withdraw these ideas and notions, the categorizations that you put on an object. It is not only with objects, we do that with people also. We come to some conclusion about that person. From then on, we only see that person through a specific lens. And we reduce the experience that we can have about that person to the ideas that we already carry. We want to move them. Even the words that we speak are aligned to the ideas that we carry about that person. So we restrict ourselves and the possibilities. When we remove all the ideas about the object, we fall into that space of oneness, the space of possibility, where the matter suddenly is not a separate object which we can cognize. It is not an apple. It is not a ball. It is not a person anymore. It is an extension of ourselves. We are that pure consciousness which is expressing through everything that exists. So we express through the apple just as much as we express through our hand. We can move our hand. We can also move the apple. So let us withdraw whatever we know about the object, whatever we think we know about the fact that we are two separate entities. From that powerful space, let us declare for the object to move. Make sure to start recording your power manifestation. Make this a habit. Have your phone ready and just record, video record. You can even talk over it, give an introduction. So when you manifest the powers more and more, you will not only have the history for your own expansion, you'll also have the Sakshi Pramana that you can share with friends and family and whomever you want to enrich with the science of power manifestation.
Yes. So by withdrawing all these ideas, then only you'll be able to tell to the others listening, and you'll be able to speak to the others listening. Then it will be from oneness. Then it will be so powerful. Yes. Then you can move the person to the right space.
So now let us enter into the second round where we are going to actually move the object while blindfolded. So we're going to keep an object on our hand, get our blindfold, and keep our eyes closed. We are anyways only going to withdraw any ideas and our sight from the object for the manifestation. So we might as well do that blindfolded. Get your blindfolds, get the object and settle down. Connect to Swamiji, start chanting the Mahavakya. You can chant it loudly, you can chant it internally, you can even just hum the Mahavakya. Just vibrate with that very powerful truth that you are Paramashiva. Let us all get ready. Select the object, hold it in your palms. With your eyes tied, no light should fall into your eyes. Now just experience oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, with the object you are holding in your hand. And declare the object to move. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Keep vibrating with this powerful truth, this powerful declaration. And let this round of the power manifestation begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can remove the blindfold and share your experience from the conversation. Have you successfully rolled the object? Have you felt the vibration of the object in your palm? First and foremost, have you experienced oneness? That is the very context of the manifestation. So let us make this as our priority to experience the oneness space. Entering into Nirvikalpa Samadhi more and more will ground us in that experience, and miracles will start happening in our life. Even in our day-to-day life, we will see how things just magically align. And even without big effort, we can see that things are just going exactly how they have to for us to be able to manifest our lives in a particular way. Again and again and again. I see. Great. Master Nithyananda has manifested the power again and again and again. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Yes. With this, we come to the end of this round of the power manifestation. And we're going to get ready for the next power, the next of the four tattvas.
Yes. So next, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to share with us directly about the responsibility. How this responsibility makes us a hero. So responsibility in your being means the space from which you cognize carrying responsibility in that zone. So if you don't feel responsible for something, you don't even think in that line. If you feel you are responsible for something, only then you'll even look into that part of life, then it is very wrong. Ownership. Ownership is formed without any bone structure by continuous action. Your actions are like flowers. So ownership is like a thread. So it is ownership by feeling ownership. You feel responsible, and by looking, it is not something you do in action in the outside responsibility, but it is something you feel inside your being that will reflect as a powerfulness to the people whoever comes near you. Swamiji says, like, if you feel responsible inside your being, anyone comes near you will catch that power.
Yes, responsibility literally is the power of feeling. So if you might work in a company for 25 years, but if you don't feel responsible, you're not even going to think how to make the success of the company. You will just plan your hours, you do your job in a clerical way. You might get a promotion, who knows, but you will not be a great contribution for the company. You might fulfill the expectation that is put on you, but you will not be expensive. When you feel responsible, you will want to involve in every aspect of the company. You will see how can I expand? Where are we stuck? Where do we need to make changes? How is this happening? What is this person working on? How can we improve the processes that are already in place? If you are responsible, it is like owning your own body. If you feel responsible for your body, naturally you will take care of it. If you don't feel responsible even for your own body, you will let it wither away. You will not do physical exercise. You will even stop taking the personal hygiene seriously. And that naturally reflects in your inner and outer space, the way you feel about yourself and others feel about yourself. When you have that strong feeling, just your presence will inspire people to take responsibility as well. You will manifest the state and space of a leader. So let us now listen in how responsibility makes us a hero. With this, we want to also say goodbye to all the participants. This is the last session that we are going to take for the day. Hope to see you all again tomorrow. And the next set of acharyas is going to take over after this Jnana segment. Thank you all. Nithyananda.
Responsibility in your being means the space from which you cognize carrying responsibility in that zone. Please listen. If you don't feel you are responsible for something, you don't even think in that line. If you feel you are responsible for something, only then you will even look into that part of your life. I'll give you one example. The TV channel headlines reads, bomb blast, 172 people dead. 2 ministers are injured. You will jump up and see where? Iran. You will settle down. How many of you experienced this? Means what? You feel you are responsible only for India or your state where you are. You don't feel responsible for the whole world. Restricting your being feeling responsible is what I call conditioning. Every guy preaches patriotism, tries to condition your responsibility to that country. Every man tries to teach religion, conditions you, restricts your responsibility to that religion. Every person tries to teach you a language or the language-based affiliations. Language or the language-based affiliation. Tries to restrict your responsibility to that language speaking people. Please listen. I am not against love for a country, love for a religion, love for a language, but I am against restricting yourself only to that. Restricting yourself only to that. I am against reducing your responsibility only towards that. Understand? Restricting your responsibility should never be allowed. You are a human being. You are responsible for the whole cosmos, not just planet Earth. If you have immediate action plans towards some responsibility, nothing wrong. But you not feeling responsible for the whole is seriously wrong. Your being should be completely taking responsibility for everything. Listen. When you carry responsibility in your being, please listen. That very carrying responsibility in your being will raise you to a totally different level. I'm really telling you, feeling responsible makes you hero. Not feeling responsible makes you a comedian. It is feeling responsible that decides whether you are a hero or comedian in the life. A being without feeling responsible is a useless being. Filled with responsibility is the most powerful energy. Being feeling responsible is an energy center. Listen. Even when you go near that being, you will catch that responsibility. You will catch that feeling. Understand? Feeling responsible in your being. I can give you all this as a very powerful technique. You don't need to do any action. You don't need to do any thinking. Decide from your being, you will feel responsible for the whole world. Suddenly you will see all your actions will have authenticity, thinking will have integrity. A person who has 10,000 crore wealth will not lie for 10 rupee. If he lies for 10 rupee, he must be Nakiran Gopal. No, a person who is having 10,000 crore wealth surely will not cheat out of integrity for 10 rupee. It's a rule. Nakiran Gopal is the exemption. Forget about him. As a rule, person with this much of wealth will not be without integrity. Any fellow feels the ownership. Let me describe. Ownership is formed without any bone structure by continuous action. Your actions are like flowers. Ownership is like a thread. If the ownership thread is used and actions are stitched and tied, it is ego, garland of ego. Never the real ownership happens in that way. Real ownership is flowers are arranged so thoroughly in such packed way, it looks like a garland without the thread. Is ownership. The ownership I feel, there is no separate thread of ownership running. Continuous actions performed so meticulously, perfectly, constantly creates the feeling as if all these flowers are looking like garland, but they are not tied. If there is a thread, it is false ego. In a normal man, he feels the ownership, I am doing, then does less action. That's why more thread is seen, less flowers are there. 25-meter thread, in the end and the beginning, one flower. That is the garland all you fellows are wearing. Because the whole energy is spent on ownership. Thread is the ownership. A real ownership is constant actions. done in perfection. Yogaha karmasu kauchalam. Constant actions performed in perfection, in continuum, creates the feeling of ownership for others, not for you, is real ownership. But the ownership Arjuna is having is one flower in the beginning, one flower in the end, 25-meter thread. By the time you reach that, both flowers are withered away. Your ownership is flowerless garland. Drop that. Real ownership is felt by others by your continuous action. Perfection continuum. Before even taking cognizance of somebody's surrender, the first prima facie requirement is perfection. Before even taking somebody's surrender into cognizance, the prima facie requirement I look into is perfection. Feeling of ownership, which Arjuna is carrying, not only useless, dangerous. In feeling of ownership, actions are never tied properly. Please understand, 2-inch thick thread rope cannot be used to make jasmine garland. The ego itself becomes so thick, jasmine cannot stay with it. And the ego cannot bend for action. Jasmine is too fragile. It's perfect, but too fragile. Your ego will hurt the action. Your feeling of ownership abuses the very fundamental of the action. Real feeling of ownership is felt by others by the perfection of your action, but never felt by you. Bhagavan gives the next command. Having given up your affliction, give up. A personality like Bhagavan, when he says Nirashir Nirmamo Bhutva, Arjuna, still sitting with his long face and continue to let Bhagavan talk. Bhagavan is using his whole energy, finally giving a last word. Nirmamo Bhutva means without having fear about your higher identity, higher self, disrespecting your lower self. Unless you disrespect your lower identity, you will not catch your higher existence. If a child or a pet urinates on you, that you want to just get rid of it, clean yourself. Exactly. If you have the same mood towards your lower self, and non-fear, not having fear about the higher self, happen to your higher self. Understand? You happening to your higher self, you making yourself available to your higher self, is the essence. Be unavailable, lower self, available to your higher self, enter into the battle. Yudhyasva vigatachwaraha. Understand, your everyday life is a battle. Take this as a direct initiation from Bhagavan. Lay down all the effect, side effect, after effect of actions. Don't carry the perverted, indirect, false, long hope. Relax from the iron chain feeling of ownership. Give up your affliction. Don't be afraid of the higher self. Disrespect the lower self. Enter into the life. Enter into the battle. Responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all happenings in and around you in your life. Let me repeat once more. Responsibility means living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings. Because you are the source of all the happenings in and around you in your life, you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. I feel like I am taking the inner awakening next level. In and around you. So you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you. Now clear? It's so beautiful to drill this tattva into your bone marrow. When you take the responsibility not just for your image about others, but also others' image about you, you expand. I tell you, you express miracle powers in you. This is the science of siddhis. I'll give you one example. If you want the miracle power of floating on the water, first do one thing. Collect few people with whom your anyakara, your image about them is complete and their image about you is complete. Means either you fulfill what they expect from you or you complete what they expect from you. The complete alignment is there. So sit as a group and declare to them authentically with integrity, I am going to float on the water. Please understand. Keeping Kala Bhairava as witness, I am teaching you the science of miracles. Have few people with whom you are complete and they are complete with you, and declare, I am going to float on the water. Authentically decide you are going to do it. I promise that power will start expressing from you. Because all miracle powers start expressing when your image about others and others' image about you is complete in your life. Don't imagine immediately, oh, these are all remote things, not for me. No. I am talking about possibility. Straight possibility, not impossibility. There is nothing impossible. When I am possible, there is no impossible. No, I'm not giving this as a quotation for clapping and just dumping it in a Facebook. No. It's for you. When I am possible, how can be impossible? Anything be impossible. I, the greatest miracle of life. That is why I love me so much. I don't want to lose me. That's the biggest thing I have in my life. This is the biggest thing. All of you know, you are the biggest thing for you. You don't want to lose that. When that biggest thing has happened, when I am possible, how can anything be impossible? For example, if I say I'll give you the power of floating in the water, will you give up on you? Will you give your life? Will you die? You will say naturally, no. It means what? Then you are the bigger possibility than floating on the water. Am I right? When you have that itself, how can the floating on the water be impossible? Tell me. See, I tell you, all right, I'll give you the power to float on the water. Please die, commit suicide. Will you do? You won't. Because you know that me, I am the biggest possibility. I am the biggest happening. How can I give up that just for floating on the water? Then, when that big possibility itself has happened, why can't the floating on the water can happen? There's a science of miracles, understand? When I have, please understand, whenever I have the disciples who are complete with me and I am complete with them, anything I declare immediately becomes reality. Why sometime after Kalabhairava declares it takes few days for it to become reality? Because the receiver may not be complete. So little completion is required. But Kalabhairava takes the responsibility even for his incompletion and gives that as a boon. At least after the boon is delivered, he should make himself complete. Understand? If Kalabhairava says, it will happen when it happens, then he may do 10 miracles out of 100 reading. But if he declares date, time and everything, he will do 80 miracles out of 100 readings. But the 20 failure is the biggest, the largest way he can stretch his hand is stretched. And they missed. Clear? He can be integrated, but he will not be authentic. Anybody has a doubt? Sometime Kalabhairava blessed, and that day exactly it has not happened. It's still getting delayed. Understand, this is the tattva, truth. Understand? I'm not justifying, I'm just telling you the truth. I am not justifying, I am just justing. Justifying happens after failure, adjusting happens before entering, justing happens to be the truth. Adjusting, justifying, justing. Usually, you take responsibility based on your understanding of the peak of your energy. I wanted to make you very clear. I wanted to declare it and make you understand. When I started this Sangha, even though I declared it will become an international organization, that was not the peak of my energy at that time. But I declared authentically and decided to stretch me to that. Usually we take responsibility based on our understanding of peak of energy. It is actually other way around. When you take responsibility with integrity and authenticity, the peak of your energy just expands and fulfill the responsibility you have taken up.
Psychoanalysis is a solution given to the levels of the problems of the beings by the philosophers. But the solution never works. If you are bored, totally, if you are tired of going to the same psychoanalysis, if you yourself decide that I have become alright, then you are alright, that's all. There is no other way of solving it. Enlightenment is the solution for the being level problems by the mystics. Philosophers give the solution of psychoanalysis. Mystics give the solution of enlightenment. Enlightenment means not analyzing, just throwing away. Analyzing your dustbin, is it going to help you? Analyzing your dustbin, is it going to clear you? Analyzing your dustbin is not going to make. To solve the issues, if you want to clean your house, if you put everything from the dustbin, start analyzing it. Is it going to clear your house? Is your house is going to become clean? No. Only by throwing the things totally away, merging into the ananda, ecstasy, the problems are going to be solved. Three things. For a physical problem, they make the energy to come from inside. For mental problem, they teach you how to switch it off. For the being level problem, they put you in the ecstasy or the bliss. The solution from the mystics is total. Solutions from philosophers is intellectual. But for the logical mind, if you look superficially, the healing system born out of logical things feels like good. The education system born out of logical mind feels like good. The solution for the being level problems, psychoanalysis, feels very good because they are the established systems. Mediocre things always flourish because mass is always mediocre. The mystical things are never for mass, it is only for very few intelligent people. For mystical things, you need to have little patience. You need to go through it. You need to allow the process to happen. You cannot just jump. But mind is monkey. Mind is totally restless. It wants instant. A small story. 3 monkeys. They got 1 mango. All the 3 wants to share the mango. How can 1 mango be shared by 3 monkeys? They went to a master for solution. Master said, all right, all the 3 of you, plant this mango. Once the mango tree comes, You will have a lot of mangoes. You can satisfy your whole life by eating the mangoes. These three monkeys thought, all right. They planted. One monkey took the responsibility of pouring water. The other monkey putting the manure. Third monkey, security. 6 months, they did their job religiously. But unfortunately, the seed has never sprouted. The tree has never happened. They went to the master to complain. What did you teach? What has happened? We have lost even that one mango. Why did you give such an idea for us? The master called all the three of them, started inquiring what has happened. First monkey said, every day religiously I poured water morning 6 o'clock. I stopped even going for a morning walk, but I poured water religiously. Second monkey, every day evening 4 o'clock I put the manure. I stopped even going to the gym. Doing this religiously I did. I do not know what has happened. Third monkey, 24 hours I was standing there as a security. I never even went for my dating. I was there as a security. Not only I was standing there as a security, every day at least once I digged out and saw whether it is sprouted or not. You need to give little space for the mango to sprout. Not only water or the manure, a little bit of space for the mango to sprout. Your very urgency, your very restlessness will not let the mango to sprout. With mystics, you need to give a little bit of space, little bit of time to let the meditation work in you, to let their presence work in you. If you want the plastic rose, it will be available ready-made. But if you want the original rose, you need to wait for a few days so that it can flower. If you get from the market cut rose, don't think it's original rose. When I say original rose, I say the rose with the plant. You need to wait for a few days. So you need to wait. But mind is such, we are not ready to wait. The restlessness, that is why we take the solutions given by philosophers. We take the solutions given by logic mind. When you take the solutions of the logic mind, the philosophy, you solve it only superficially. When you take the solutions given by the mystics, not only you solve it, you dissolve it. Your very personality transforms. Your very being undergoes a new alchemy. Man becomes divine. Man just reaches the ultimate flowering. Just you become enlightened. Your consciousness takes a new dimension. You reach a different space. With philosophy, you will be solving your problems every day. With mysticism, you will be dissolving your problems once for all. So, it is up to us to desire philosophy or mysticism. Let you understand this. Let this understanding lead you to be in, become one with the eternal bliss. Let your being be in, one with the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
If I am giving that as answer, it is only an all-encompassing answer. Stage intellectual stunt. This 4 word integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching, if you do not meditate on it, if you do not think, these 4 words can be just like Buddha's answer. Desire is the root cause of suffering. What will you do with that answer? Tell me, can you give up all the desires? That is why people decide living with the desires and having some suffering is much better than throwing away all the desires. Because now when you try to throw away all the desires, that becomes one more problem. You get into one more impracticality. The desire is the root cause of all sufferings. Maybe an all-encompassing answer, but not a solution. Same way, please listen. If you take this integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching as an answer uttered from the stage, this also works just like Buddha's answer. Only when you start internalizing, internalizing through the inner awakening, it becomes precise, experiential solution for you. Please understand, this is the answer for the question. People ask me, why should I come to inner awakening if I am attending everyday satsang? In everyday satsang, when you listen about this integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, completion, it is only like Buddha's answer, all encompassing, but not solution. Only when you attend the inner awakening and internalize it, it will become solution for you. Understand? All encompassing answers are good entertainments, but will not lead you to enlightenment. There are some solutions which cannot be all encompassing, like tantric techniques, amazing solutions. Any problem you have, you can be liberated from it in 10 minutes, 7 minutes, 15 minutes, not more than that. No tantric technique needs more than 21 minutes, because if the technique needs 21 minutes, the technique is considered as dirt in tantric tradition. Amazing solutions. Such easy solutions. But the philosophy itself does not have all-encompassing answers. So it cannot be accepted by mass. It cannot be accepted by society. Society cannot live it. Society cannot have it. Society cannot understand it. However powerful the root pattern can be, Tantra can finish it off in less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. A man can become an eternal brahmachari. Even from his consciousness, the sex will be wiped out. Just by the techniques which you may need to practice for 3 minutes, 4 minutes. But it has no all-encompassing answers. It only has a precise solution. bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes.
Nithyanandam, yes.
Nithyanandam. So how the responsibility can make you a hero? So take a moment to share whatever the powerful cognitions that you received from this session. Whatever clicked in you. So take a moment, and even if it's few words or few lines, all the participants on YouTube as well, they can also share in the YouTube chat, and all the participants on the Zoom chat, they can Zoom and you can share on the Zoom chat. Few powerful cognitions that you received on responsibility makes you a hero. So some of the powerful cognitions that Swamiji shared is how the living and responding to life from the truth that make you the source of everything. Therefore, you are responsible for all happenings in and around you. Responsibility means feeling responsible for everything that is happening. When you take responsibility, you begin living life. And when you sit with this responsibility in your Ananda Gandha, you will see that your Kundalini awakens and sends a strong wave to the cosmos, and your words changes the world.
Yes. Responsibility is a power. It's not that because we have more responsibility, we create a burden for ourselves, or it's not something that is more than what we can handle. As we take up more responsibility, we actually expand more and more, and we become a leader. The leadership space, the leadership consciousness within us, that expands more and more. So very powerfully we'll be able to achieve and cause our reality and the reality of others as well. So now let us enter into internalizing these truths further so we can drill deep and really understand what responsibility, the cognition of responsibility can do to us, and how it can actually be a power for us. Now, let us take our notepads, the pen and a paper. Let's start writing whatever is happening in our lives in all the dimensions. Let's say at work, at the house, with your relationships, how much money you want to make, and what is happening towards the wealth dimension, in your health, in your physical, your physique, how you want to maintain it and what is really happening there, and in your in your relationships, how things are going in that front. Just write all of these things that are happening in your life at this moment. When you just sit and think about what is going on in my life, all the things that come up right now, please write it down. And once you write it down, we'll go to the next step of identifying what is it that we feel responsible for and what is it that we do not feel responsible for. Okay, so let's start writing down. Let's go step by step. The first step is to simply write whatever is going on, whatever else is going on in your life. And once that is done, you also can identify what is it that you feel you are responsible for, and all the other areas in your life, all the other happenings in your life that you do not feel responsible for. Let us write it down.
Yes, it is important to write down all these areas where you have taken responsibility, where you felt you are responsible, and even for the areas that you feel you are not responsible. Only when you write down, it will come into your awareness. You'll start to think and feel responsible about it. So we'll be starting with this step. Let's continue.
let us now move to the next step. Now we have identified what is happening in our lives, and out of all those, what we feel responsible for and what we do not feel responsible for. So for the second part of this, all the happenings where we do not feel responsible for, now visualize and start writing down what will happen in those areas if you actually take responsibility with power and completion. Visualize yourself feeling and taking full responsibility for all those situations that you are responsible for, that you feel you're not responsible for. Let's take an example. Let's say at work you are assigned a certain function and you are very good at it and you achieve it, and there are other functions which are also needed for the whole to come together and make the whole thing work, make it all work. Now you may not feel that you are responsible for the other components as well. Now visualize, if you are responsible, if you are taking the responsibility for those also, how will it be? What will happen? What will happen in those areas when you take responsibility with that powerfulness, with that completion? If you are taking responsibility for those areas, how will it be? Visualize and write down. Even in the space of relationship, let's say you are saying the people you are with, they have certain things, and if you feel or if you take responsibility for their behavior, their words, their actions, how will it be? Visualize and write down. Now, let us move to the third step of this exercise. Now, identify all the situations in your life where you experience conflict. Visualize taking responsibility and write down what will be the thoughts, words, and actions you will now have in the same situations. When you see all the situations in your life where you are seeing conflict, you are facing a conflict, you will see also that the responsibility is the solution. When you take responsibility for those situations also, how you will be from a powerful space, you will be operating from a very powerful space, and how the whole situation will be transformed. Now visualize in all those areas wherever you feel there is a conflict, whether it is in your relationship, at work, in your career, or even in your wealth dimension, anywhere. Conflict as in you want to have something, you want to achieve something, but it is not happening. You are not getting the results that you want. Even in those situations, now visualize taking responsibility, and with that responsibility as the primary cognition, what will be the thoughts, what will be the words, what will be the actions you will have in those same situations. It's a very powerful process. It will empower you and enable the leadership consciousness within us. So let us enter into this visualization and write it all down. Yes, it's a powerful process. I hope all of you are able to identify all those situations where you can actually take the responsibility and feel powerful and bring leadership into those situations and resolve all these conflicts as well. So for the next 21 days, continue with this. Take responsibility for everything that is happening around you, even the situations where you will normally feel that I am not responsible for this. Take responsibility for those also. Be aware of the thoughts, your words, your actions you will have when you stand in the space of responsibility. You will see that you will begin living life this way. As you do this, as you take more and more responsibility, automatically you are expanding and you are infusing yourself with leadership consciousness. So powerfully you will be able to handle life and you will be able to expand into more and more possibilities. Thank you so much. Thank you all for sharing also your experiences. Now it is time for us to enter into power manifestation. Today we are manifesting the power of changing the pulse of the other person by scanning, your body scanning, and changing the person's pulse.
So now, first thing is, as we are manifesting the power of scanning another person, so take a moment to partner up, especially if you are anybody who is nearby you, your friend or the family members who are nearby you. Ask them to volunteer for this power manifestation. If you want, you can ask the partner in the Zoom as well. So take a moment to find a person who can actually volunteer for this power manifestation, and then we'll be entering into changing the pulse of that person through the power of third eye, which is between the brow center, between the eyebrows. Okay, so, and also if you're not able to find a person who is actually ready to volunteer, you can also start scanning your own pulse. You can start scanning your own pulse. So now bring your awareness to the third eye, visualize Swamiji's energy flowing through you, and start scanning the pulse of the another person. Or if you are scanning, manifesting on your own body, start scanning your own pulse. Actually, the first step is to take the initial measurement of your pulse. So the first step, take a moment, and if you have partnered up with somebody, take a moment to take the initial measurement of the pulse. That's going to the first step. And if you are manifesting on your own body, then take the initial measurement of your own pulse. Then we'll be moving to the next step.
Yes. Once you have the pulse ready, let's enter into our oneness space with Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya, and through the power of your third eye, scan the other person's pulse and give that command to change the pulse. Simply give that command. Our third eye is the seat of our will. Once it is awakened by Swamiji, anything that you put in as a command becomes a reality. So simply make that as a command that you want the pulse of the person. Either if you have a person that you are working with, or if you're working with your own self, make the statement as you want to change the pulse of the body from the powerful space of the third eye, chanting the Mahavakya intensely.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Let us slowly relax from the manifestation. Now let us compare the pulse. Check how the pulse is right now and compare it with what it was before we started the manifestation. Let us quickly check and share also the results. If you have been working with a partner, please ask the partner to share their pulse. Rajendra Babu Ayya, Nithyanandam, just wanted to make sure that you are participating Ayya and you are checking the pulse rate. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you for sharing Ayya. Now let us enter into the next segment.
And the next segment is going to be on the Kriya, and the Kriya is on hypertension. And hypertension is one of the common illness or the disease that has that is actually across the world. People are suffering from a lot of hypertension. And hypertension itself is a way that you disbalance yourself emotionally, mentally, and physically. So this kriya is going to bring you the holistic approach to health, which will allow you to take responsibility for your well-being and consciously participating in your own healing process. And this involves being aware of your eating habits throughout, even the lifestyle choices that you contribute to the hypertension. Okay, so now please come to the space of listening, and because it is a kriya, you need some space because it will be combination of asanas, kumbhakas, and pranayamas. So make sure that you have enough space for yourself. If you need a proper ventilation, find a place for that. If you need some space where actually you can perform the asanas, that will be great. So, so now let's enter into this kriya as guided by Swamiji himself.
Easy but powerful process. I can prove in front of your eyes how the blood pressure comes down and becomes normal even once doing this kriya. See, I tell all the devotees,
responsibility in your being,
blood pressure, hypertension,
means
do this process today.
the space from which you cognize.
See how your pressure comes to normal. Just do this process for 1 week. You will see naturally the pressure will be normal. Talk to your doctors, you can stop medication. Before stopping the medication, better have one sitting with doctor, talk to the doctor. But I can tell you, within a week, your hypertension will become normal. Very simple kriya. The whole kriya will take maybe maximum 10 minutes, not more than that, just 10 minutes. But I give you the 100% guarantee, hypertension will become normal. It may be any level. Even if it is 150 by 100, it will become normal, because the setup, the process, the pattern through which I am making your hypertension normal is from the biomemory level, not from muscle memory. From biomemory, from the depth of your being. The first step, Mritasana in Chinmudra. Mritasana means corpse posture. Let me describe. Uddanam Shashwat Bhumau Shayanantu Savasanam Shavasanam Sramaharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam. Garanda Samhita's second Upatesha, 19th verse. Lying flat on the ground like a corpse is called the Mritasana. This posture destroys fatigue and quiets the agitation of the mind. Please lie down. No pillow, nothing should be for the head. You can use mat. Mat or mattress is okay. Better use mat or mattress, because otherwise you will feel cold and you will not do the technique properly. You may not do the kriya properly. Please use mat or mattress. If you feel cold, you may not do the technique. That's why I am saying mat or mattress. Okay. Next step. Lie down in such a way that you don't kick people. You are not getting blessed by somebody else. Second step. Please understand. In Mridasana Chinmudra. See, if it is some complicated posture, I can tell, no, I can understand. You can say that, oh, I can't do this, that. Mritasana and Chinmudra. Chinmudra is
Bring your index finger to your thumb. This is Chin Mudra. Understand? Next instruction. Uddiyana Bandha. All of you know Uddiyana Bandha. Contract the bowels equably above and below the navel towards the back so that abdominal viscera may touch the back. Hold like that in Uddiyana Bandha as long as you can. When you can't hold anymore, relax. Do this Uddiyana Bandha lying down 21 times. Do it 21 times. Hold as long as you can. Then relax. Then hold as long as you can. Then relax. next step. Jalantara bandha. Listen. Contracting the throat, place the chin on the chest. Means lock the throat. Just put your chin on the chest and lock the throat internally. Hold as long as you can. And exhale slowly when you feel you can't hold anymore. Do this again 21 times. Next step, Muktasana. Please sit in Muktasana. Place the heel at the root of the organ of generation and the right heel above that. This is the way. Please understand. This is called Muktasana. Sit in the Muktasana. Payumule Vamagulpam Dakshagulpam Tatopari Samakaya Shirogrivam Muktasanam tu Siddhitam. This is Muktasana. Next step. Do Bastrika in this Muktasana 21 times. Understand? Bastrika is the powerful balancer of hypertension. Bastrika, let me describe the sutras. Bastraiva lokakarananam yatakramena sampramet tatavayuncha nasabhyam upabhyanchalayet shanaihi evam vimshati varancha krutva kuryavachak kumbhagam tatante chalayet vayum purvoktancha yatavidihi trivaram sadayetyenam bastrika kumbhagam sudihi nacharogocha nachaklesha arogyancha dine dine. Let me describe the technique. As the bellows of the ironsmith constantly dilate and contract, similarly, let him slowly draw in the air by both nostrils and expand the stomach. Then throw it out quickly. Inhaling should be very, very slow. Exhaling should be fast and quick. Do this 21 times. come back to Brahmari Pranayama. Ardharatre kate yogi jantunam shabda varjida. Varjide karanao pitaya astabhyam guryat puraka kumbhakam. Shrunuyat dakshine kame nata mantartakam. Nata mantargatam. Shupam. Pratamam. Jinjiminatam cha. Vamshinatam tataparam. Megacharjara Brahmari Kantakamsyam Tatapparam Turiberi Mrudangadi Ninadanaka Dundubihi. Translation says, at the past midnight in a place where there are no sounds of any animal, etc., to be heard, let the yogi practice Puraka and Kumbhaka, closing ears by the hands. He will hear then various internal sounds in his right ear. The first sound will be like that of crickets, then that of a lute, then that of a thunder, then that of a drum. These are some of the descriptions. Let me give you the exact technique. Put your thumbs in the ears and hum intensely, as deeply as possible, as loudly as possible, as intensely as possible. Start. relax. You can now relax. Stop. Relax. Do this kriya every day. At least once. If your hypertension is the border level, do once for next 21 days. If it is in high end, higher side, like 150, 100, that side, do at least twice. It will completely heal your hypertension. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes, Nithyananda, all of you. So we just witnessed a kriya on hypertension, and a few questions were also there about the Uddiyana Bandha and Bhasika. So Bhasika is a rapid exhalation. Sorry, we missed to mention at exactly that moment of time. Anyway, we have few questions regarding the kriya itself. Suma Alexandra says, what is the side effect of hypertension on the mind? And if the hypertension is always a disturbed mind, what is the best way to say this to my mother? My mother pulse is always very high and communication is enrolling as very jumpy and creating misunderstanding every second sentence. So, Soma, for hypertension, it significantly affects the mind. It leads to increased anxiety, stress, and even the cognitive issues over time. So it creates a state of constant agitation and makes it difficult for individual to maintain calmness and clarity in their thoughts. As you gave example of your mother, so when you're communicating with your mother, tell her about the condition. Like approach the conversation when you're approaching any conversation with mother. Approach with compassion and understanding, so that she knows that you are actually entering into the conversation of understanding and compassion. And you might say, for example, like, I have noticed that okay, so you can approach the conversation with compassion and understanding, so that she feels that you are actually entering into the conversation.
Yes, and it is very important for you to approach with the compassion, as we mentioned. Understanding the person, just give the listening to the person, so you'll be able to give a healing presence. And when you actually are able to radiate that calmness from within you, then the other person will also feel the same calmness within themselves. So the best thing that we can also say is for your mother to be part of the darshan that happens in the morning, especially during the Navaratri, the 9 nights of Devi Paramashiva Shakti manifesting through this Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When even just a few moments of sitting in his presence during this particular time specifically, the healing will automatically happen. So the best thing that we can do is to actually have her come and be part of the darshan that happens at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So the healing can actually start happening from the inside.
Yes, and as the during the darshan Nayan Diksha, when Nayan Diksha happens means when his eyes falls on you, then his mirror neurons, the activity of his mirror neurons get mirrored to your mirror neurons. So in that space, for that moment, your consciousness raises to the super consciousness of Swamiji, and you feel the same state as Swamiji in. So automatically you'll feel peaceful, blissful, calm. And so that is why every day it is important to attend the darshan, always keeping yourself in the high energy, higher consciousness. Yes. Okay, so now we'll be entering into the next segment, which is going to be on be responsible, not just committed. In the previous section, we just learned how responsibility makes you a hero, and this segment will be learning when you are responsible, not just committed, then you you are actually taking the responsibility not just as a rule, but you are taking responsibility as a being. You are actually looking every being as a life. So let's come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation by Swamiji, and let's begin.
Listen. I am defining these two words. Responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally non-committed. You can be committed, never be responsible. I'll differentiate. I'll explain. If you are constantly thinking about your future from powerlessness and go on thinking what all can go wrong, your involvement is called commitment. If you are constantly looking at your future from the space of completion and go on looking at what all can go right, your involvement is called responsibility. Listen, I am the symbol of total responsibility and complete non-commitment. I am totally responsible, but completely non-committal. If just a devotee who has attended some free program sometime, if he is bitten by a snake or if he is caught into some accident or if he is in emergency, one phone call, I'll personally attend and talk to my secretaries or whoever and see to it that constantly is attended and I get the response back, whether healing or whatever, I can help. You will see that responsibilism. Same way, if you live around me, you can very clearly smell I am completely non-committed to the whole thing. Listen. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what all can go wrong is commitment. Any future plan which comes out of the completion, what all can go right is responsibilism. Responsibility. He asked me again, then what is accountability, Swamiji? I said, if you are constantly thinking from what all can go wrong, even if you are committed, you may be accountable, but you will not be accountable. You may be accountable, you will not be accountable. You will just stand and say, yes, this is what I am, what can I do? This is where I am. So understand, this subject is very, very, very confusing and people feel no. At least in responsibilism, I don't want this to be separated. Because in the name of responsibility, you get a little consolation to worry, space to worry. You are so addicted to worrying. I took away all your possibility for worry. If you are integrated, no worry. If you are authentic, no worry. But if you are responsible, you can continue to worry. In the name of responsibility. Now I am purifying the concept of responsibility. Listen. If you can move based on what all can go right. I am not saying don't look at what all can go wrong. You may not need to look at what all can go wrong if you look at what all can go right intensely. Looking at what all can go right, I tell you, looking at what all can go right gives you the ability to start 2000 projects. Even if you win in 20, you will be in the space of unimaginable expansion. The mind which looks at what all can go wrong will not even move to the second project. People constantly say, from morning I was making this call, this. Understand? Even when you are doing some action, is your worrying pattern keeping quiet? Is your lust pattern keeping quiet? Is your fear pattern keeping quiet? Even when you are working, doing your work, all the three are functioning. Same way, instead of lust, fear, worry, why can't your planning, celebration, gratitude function? It is just simple training. Whether you function from fear, lust, worry, or function from planning, celebration, gratitude, planning, completion, gratitude. Listen. Listen, I am giving you a very important sacred secret as per the yogic tradition. The moment you are born, you reside only in Anandagandha. Anandagandha is the space from which your soul, your consciousness operates in your body. While you are doing all your regular lifestyle routine, either you choose to allow your lust, fear, worry as an involuntary, habitual function, or you can voluntarily build planning, completion, gratitude. Either you can allow involuntarily lust, fear, worry, or planning, completion, gratitude. It is just consciously building. But don't tell me the worst lie. I was busy in this, so I could not do that. You have multiple possibility and multidimensional. You are multidimensional by nature. While you are working, if you are not planning in a multidimensional way, you are worrying or caught in the lust and fear. Be guaranteed about it. this truth needs to really, really get into your system. This truth need to really, really get into your system. Listen. Only then you will understand the difference between commitment and responsibility. If you don't take responsibility, you are beaten black and blue by commitment in the life. When you take responsibility, you are given the reward of the freedom from all commitments. Cosmos works neither on communism nor on capitalism. It works on responsibilism. What is the responsibility you take in life? What is the context you set for yourself in the life? Based on that, he manifests. That's all. He manifests based on that. So the whole Sadashivatva is manifesting for the people who decided to do his work as not just first priority, only priority. See, first priority is different, only priority is different. Because they decided it as only priority, the manifestation becomes totally different, altogether in a different scale. Understand, my initiations are same, I am same for everyone. It is based on their context they receive and they manifest. So the context sets the consciousness to a different frequency. So what you are, surely I am available for you as much as you can receive. The more power manifestation, more divine you become. Understand? Shakti comes with buddhi. Only siddhi comes without buddhi. Shakti is mother, siddhi is stepmother. That is why in Tamil, for stepmother and siddhi, both same word. Siddhi is chitti. Shakti is mother. Understand? First principle about manifesting powers. It will not strengthen your ego, it will only take you beyond ego. First. Second, manifesting powers means manifesting qualities, state and space of Sadashiva also. Understand? When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. I have always seen people who manifest powers have a very high level of integrity and unclutching.
Because if they do not maintain that too, the power manifestation will stop. Understand? How much ever you would have paid to buy your cell phone, but unless you charge every day, it will not function. How much ever you may manifest powers, unless the integrity of your life is maintained, it will not manifest. Actually, when you manifest powers, automatically the frequency of your integrity increases. The trust in integrity, trust in authenticity starts increasing. The reasons why you don't live a life of integrity is powerlessness. That starts melting down. With more and more power manifestation, powerlessness goes away. You become more integrated, more authentic. The second principle of power manifestation, listen carefully. Shakti comes always with buddhi. Means more power manifestation, more integrity. More power manifestation, more unclutching. More power manifestation, more nirvikalpa samadhi. More power manifestation, more joy. More power manifestation, more restful awareness. More power manifestation, more responsibilism. More power manifestation, more enriching. More power manifestation, more bliss. What is power manifestation? Deciding. Listen. Integrity needs your declaration, but power manifestation does not even need your declaration. It only needs your decision. Deciding to be one with the original source, Sadashiva, which is you, even when you don't understand. He was using very few words. That is his beauty. Just with few words, he will make that click happen. You know. First he was trying to tell that everything is one. Few words. Somehow I was looking at him. He was not convinced that the click has happened in me. And many times both my gurus, Kuppammal and Mibudanandapuri and Yoganandapuri, both have tried to explain Advaita to me. Annamalai Swamigal even used to read out Ribu Gita. Annamalai Swamigal was one of the enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. Used to read Ribu Gita in Tamil. But somehow that click never happened. First awakening you need to have. No cunning strategies. No cunning strategies are going to work. Shortest distance between 2 points is straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Understand? Most powerful strategy for manifesting wealth is integrity. Most powerful strategy. If you want 2-digit, 3-digit level money, maybe 1 or 2 lakhs or 1 or 2 crores, then cheating, stealing, all that may work. Robbing the bank, all that may work. But if you are really interested in living with wealth forever, the most easiest and the right strategy is integrity. Decide with responsibility. You will start contributing to the humanity. Understand? Manifesting your cognition is life. Understand? Whatever cognitions, conclusions you have about life in your life, you will go on be manifesting that every day. If you have the conclusion, you are going to fall sick day by day. When the more and more you breathe every day, every night, finally, you will manifest that. It is your conclusions you manifest. If you have the conclusion, the cunning methods, cheating brings wealth, you will only be manifesting that, or waiting to some cunning methodology to click so you can manifest wealth. No. All waiting for cunning strategies to manifest wealth ends in frustration. And then you have a deep negative cognition about wealth. That is not going to happen for me. No. That is not for me. You end up there. In utter frustration. Then even if Sadashiva comes and gives the poetry, hey, go. You will be afraid. No. Who knows whether I am going to get the praise? Or beating? Listen to this. Fundamentally, the first truth of awakening wealth consciousness, I am not giving you this as a teaching, I am giving you this as a software programming. Just internalize and come to this conclusion, that's all. You don't need to practice it, anything. You need to practice. Practice is a 4-letter word for me. Coming to conclusion is all I ask from you. No belief, no faith, no. Coming to conclusion, integrity. The first cognition you need to have, the first conclusion I request you to arrive. No cunning strategy will manifest wealth in your life. You may grab little currency through cunning strategies, but it will never become wealth of your life. I tell you, I am traveling all over the world. I am seeing all the culture, country, every background beings. Still now, I have heard at least about thousands of types of lotteries, but not seen a single man who has become permanently wealthy, rich by a lottery. Understand? I have not seen a single man who really became wealthy, stayed with his wealth through a lottery. No. That's the most funny thing. Then what is happening to all the big lotteries going on? The economy Sadashiva is teaching is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is responsibilism. The responsibility you take, that decides the kind of the wealth going to be around you. That's it. That's it. The first understanding, conclusion you need to arrive. Integrity is the best strategy for manifesting wealth. Second conclusion, listen. Second conclusion you need to arrive. Whatever I am talking is not teaching. The moment it is teaching, you will push it into a moral dustbin. All of you have a moral dustbin. Oh, everybody talks. What is there? You know how to dump that. For ages, that moral dustbin is what keeps you as you want, without transformation. You start, my mother all the times tells me to do yoga in the morning, but she doesn't do. Now from that moral dustbin starts growing in you. Anything you call it as teaching, you dump it in the dustbin and never do it. I am not giving you any moral teachings. Be very clear, don't push me into moral dustbin, no. I am talking to you. If you come to all these conclusions, you will live wealthy forever. And if you are not able to come to this conclusion, I will support you, help you by awakening your Kundalini Shakti to see these conclusions as reality. That's all.
Please internalize it. The first truth. Anything which is truth strengthens you. Anything which is overlapped on the truth, believed, whether it creates greed in you or fear in you, weakens you even while you are believing. Not only after you are disillusioned, even while you are believing, it weakens you. Please listen. Anything which is truth goes on strengthening you, even while you are working with it, while you are practicing it. The great truth, Nithyanandoham, Shivoham, I am the ultimate possibility. When you work with this truth, understand, when I say I am the ultimate possibility, I mean you are the ultimate possibility. When you are working with the truth, even while you are working, it strengthens you day by day. But anything which is believed, which is not truth, which creates greed or fear in you, weakens you continuously, even while you are believing it, not only after the disillusionment. After disillusionment, you will completely feel powerless. You will feel deprived, cheated. You lost, you wasted. Not that only after you get disillusioned, you will feel cheated and deprived. Even while you are working with it, you will feel powerless. Shivoham. Deciding to work with the truth, Shivoham. Please understand, this truth you can't just believe and keep quiet. The truth is so powerful, it will provoke you to work towards it. It will provoke you to work towards it. Truth uttered by the right person, listened by the right being, provokes you to work towards it. It can never be one more sermon. No. Satsang is not sermon or discourse. After the discourse or during the discourse, you can be sleeping. Continue to be in slumber. But satsang provokes you. Neither during nor after you can be in slumber or sleeping. It provokes you. It awakens you. That's the right word I should use. It awakens you. While you are working with the truth, Shivoham, even while you are working, you have to take the responsibility for it. Don't expect somebody else can take the responsibility for your reality. If somebody else takes the responsibility for your reality, it will never be your reality. Yes, Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible, not for anything else. Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible. That is why his love is never appreciated. His love is not the cozy, comfortable feeling you felt in the name of love in your life when you were young. The pattern you believe as love. You cry and your mom rushes you and gives you food or candy. Your dad rushes to you and gives you some sweet and toys, whatnot. Your aunt brings you clothes. Your uncle brings you gift. What you believed as a love, the pattern of action, reactions which you believed as love, you will not experience from Master, from an enlightened being. The love he radiates makes you like him. That is why you constantly feel you will feel energized when you come near the Master, when you are in his presence, when you listen to his words, when you imbibe his presence. But you will not feel the so-called love. And if you feel what you felt as a love pattern from the young age, from the Master also, maybe he is giving you little time to settle down and become comfortable. I do play the role of a father, mother, aunt, uncle for few days till the transition happens for you. You need to move from that to this, but not more than that. My love will make you responsible for the great truth of Shivoham. For the great truth of your reality. Understand, the truth has to constantly strengthen you. Truth has to constantly strengthen you. Anything which weakens you day by day is a belief. Anything which strengthens you day by day is a reality. Sit and open your whole being and see what all is in you which is strengthening you day by day. Support them. Stand by them. What all is in you which weakens you day by day, complete with them and drop them. Whether it is emotion, beliefs, thought currents, patterns, ideas, theories, theologies, whatever is strengthening you day by day, it is reality. Work with it. Work more and more with it. Whatever is weakening you, whatever is weakening you, be very clear. It is beliefs. It is belief system. Beliefs weaken you while you are with it, after it leaves you. Both. Even after disillusionment, you will repent for wasting your time in those stupid beliefs. The first truth I want you to internalize today. Anything which strengthens you is reality. Cherish it. Meditate on it. Encourage it. Contemplate on it. Awaken it in you more and more and more. Take responsibility for it more and more and more. Anything which weakens you, be very clear, it is a belief system. Belief system either will create fear or greed, because that is the only way it can create the false excitement in you.
Nithyananda, welcome back. Now, let us move ahead with this powerful realizations. Let us move ahead to an internalization exercise. And the subject is to be responsible and not committed. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what all can go wrong is commitment. Swamiji beautifully shared this. And any future plan which comes out of the completion space, what all can go right is responsibilism. So let us start this exercise. Reflect on this powerful cognition that anything done, any future plan done from the cognition, what all can go right. Reflect on this powerful cognition and pen down where in your life you functioned out of commitment and complete with all those incidences. Decide to feel responsible and function out of completion going forward. So, to give an example, when you really want something to happen, for example, if somebody's life is in danger, you will not think while you're trying different medicines or different approaches, you will not think what all can go wrong. Yes, you will be thinking that, okay, the certain medicine can have a side effect, but you will be driven with what and all can go right because you're fully clear and complete with the idea that I have to save this life. But for other things where you are undergoing some incompletion, some limiting cognition, you might think, oh, what if I do this? What if this fails? How will I ensure this will be successful? The whole mindset will be different. So now let us reflect, internalize, and let us do this exercise. So we have projected the steps. Please refer to them and let's continue this exercise. Yes. So we have many sharings. We have some sharings from Alexandra. So my Alexandra has shared some notes and more like a thinking out loud, we can say. And Suma, do you mind if we share it with all the participants? Thank you, ma. So my Alexandra is sharing, I guess the commitment is cancelable, but the feeling out of feeling responsible is like extension of someone. Commitment is weaker than completion. It's like a difference between profession and vocation and talent. Thank you, Ma, for sharing your clicks with all the participants and all of us. So as Ma Alexandra is sharing, Swamiji has told us the more we put life, so we can put in any work which we do, we can put our time, we can put our energy, and we can put our life. Only when we put our whole being, our life into it, that is when extraordinary things manifest. We get the maximum results. If we just put our time, we just are behaving like a mundane with a worker mentality. So, as Ma Alexandra is sharing, it reminds us that when we act from the space of responsibilism, we are committing our life into whatever we are taking up, and that makes the difference. So thank you very much, Ma. Thank you for sharing. And now let us move ahead with a round of power manifestation.
Today we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning. So first we'll be scanning. This time the scanning will be happening on our own body. We will be scanning our own body, not another person's body. So start chanting the Mahavakya and connect with Paramashiva and Swamiji by chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Is nothing but we finding out what illness, what suffering, or what disease is there in our body. So when we chant Mahavakya and connect with Swamiji and request Swamiji during the power manifestation, what is the suffering that I'm going through? A few times, many of the Balasans have experienced in their power demos that what will happen in the future, that will be revealed to them. So when you tell that to the other person that you'll be having you're having a cancer, the other person may think that no, currently I don't have a cancer, but in future that cancer is coming. So during this power of body scanning, the future is also revealed, that in future this is going to happen to you. And not alone revealed, when the power of Paramashiva goes through your body, it removes all the sufferings, all the disease and ailments that are present in the body. So this is a wonderful power for all the participants to manifest. This is also a way to heal ourselves from everything that we are suffering from, either it be mental issues or physical issues. So now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Slowly request Swamiji. What? Swamiji, please reveal to me. what is the suffering that I'm going through in my body, and please heal the suffering that I am experiencing. And at the end of the power manifestation, pen down what all Paramashiva revealed to you during the power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Please settle down and relax. Please open your eyes. Ma Alexandra. Please settle down, all participants. So now please reflect and share what was revealed through the third eye. Please post your power manifestation results, your experiences in the chat.
So now we request the participants to share how the power manifestation was for you, and if you felt any powerful cognitions, because during the time when we connect with Swamiji or Paramashiva, so many of the powerful cognitions, so many of the clicks that we have been searching in our lives to solve our problems will be revealed to us. So we request the participants, if you had any such clicks that was revealed to you, you can share it to us. Rajendra Babuya, is English okay for you, or do we need to tell in any other language? You can let us know. You can clarify to us in the chat that if you are comfortable with English or you need any other language for us to explain to you.
Thank you, Aya. Rajendra Aya has shared that he experienced Kundalini awakening, vibrations happened, some future visions showed, white snack showed, and he's having a question why it showed. Thank you for sharing your experiences, Aya. So, as you experience this round of power manifestation, it is unique to you. Now, as we progress, we will also be having body scannings done with your partner. So you'll get an opportunity to be scanned by someone else, and someone else will get scanned by you. And then we'll find out more about what it is. So right now, this is what Paramashiva has revealed. And the very fact that you experience the Kundalini Shakti shows that completion is happening. So if you have any question during this session, Aya, or in any of the sessions, please do not hesitate and share with us. We'll do our best and support you in your journey. So now, we'll also be moving ahead. Ma Alexandra has shared her experiences of this round of power manifestation that she's yet to manifest. Actually, when we are manifesting the power, Swamiji used to tell all the Balasans, especially very beautifully, Swamiji used to tell that that they would avoid using the negative words. So they will not say no manifestation happened. They would say that they would just say zero, or not even have any particular opinion or judgment about it, or even yet to manifest sometimes. Even this is not that there is no manifestation happening. It is that where we are, this is what Paramashiva is revealing to us. So for example, my Alexandra might have experienced complete darkness, which is perfectly fine, because darkness, as we know, is Mother Kali. The source of the whole cosmos is from the womb of Devi Paramashiva Shakti. And in Hinduism, the deep darkness is mother energy, because from that all creation happens, from that everything originates. So when we bow down to her, to Devi Kali, Mata Kali, we are moved to the next level of revelation. So it is actually not yet to manifest. I'm just sharing, I'm not specifically telling, I'm just sharing that many times when we feel it is yet to manifest, it's actually a very beautiful darshan we are having of Devi Kali. So let us all bow down to that. Let us all bow down to Mother, and she will take us further and reveal us what we need to see. So now let us move ahead with the next segment. So in this next segment, Swamiji will be revealing sacred truths for us to understand ourselves through enriching. When we enrich others, we get enriched, and the hidden parts of us is revealed to us and it is healed. Many blind spots which are unknown to us not only get known to us, they get healed also. So let us discover this extraordinary sacred truths from Swamiji of knowing yourself through enriching.
Please understand, only when you reproduce the intense experience of you in others, the enriching happens. And I tell you, only when you enrich the dark corners of your mind, unconscious parts of your mind gets solidified. Listen. Many times, just in the face I can see a person going through confusion and suffering. Unfortunately, the solution is enriching, which nobody wants to listen. When you enrich other human beings, all the struggle you face in them is all the struggle your own unconsciousness carries. Please understand, when you enrich somebody and made them sannyasi, only then you are a real sannyasi. Because all the problems they face is nothing but the problems of your unconsciousness. If you can answer all their problems and questions, only then you answered all your unconscious problems and questions. Understand? First of all, you need to understand why we should be able to answer, why we should answer all our unconscious queries. Please understand, unconsciousness is the enemy you carry in your backpack. Enriching is the friend you carry in your backpack. Unconsciousness is the enemy you carry in your backpack. Any moment he may attack you. Any moment he may put you in depression. Any moment he may destabilize you. Unless you kill your unconsciousness. Unless you destroy your unconsciousness. You will create hell for yourself, nobody else. You can't create hell for anybody else. You will create hell for yourself. Unconsciousness understand attacks you when you least expect. Better go round enrich everyone so that all your unconscious questions are answered now itself. It is like voluntarily facing your unconsciousness. When you face your unconsciousness voluntarily, you go with enough of equipments, power, and handle it. When you face your unconsciousness, suddenly you will unfortunately associate yourself with it. Please listen. This is a very important statement. When your unconsciousness erupts out on its own, unfortunately you associate yourself with it, then you are gone. You lost the game. When you face your unconsciousness voluntarily, you will not associate yourself with it. I tell you, the difference between you associating yourself with your unconsciousness and you not associating yourself with your unconsciousness is a small difference, like whether Krishna is in your side or not. See, there was a situation, Krishna has to decide whether he should be in the side of the Pandavas or Kauravas in Mahabharata. That 1 second, that one decision would have changed the whole history of Mahabharata and Bharat. If he has sided Kauravas, I tell you, it is not that Kauravas are worse people than Arjuna. After listening to the whole Gita, I can say very clearly, Arjuna was only socially moralistic. Consciously, he was equal to Duryodhanas. If the same Gita was delivered to Duryodhanas, all the 100 of them would have become Arjunas, enlightened. The whole story will be different. Understand, there is nothing special with Arjuna. I can boldly tell you. He may be socially good, but based on the questions of Arjuna, I can say he was equally unconscious like Duryodhana. The situation making you as a good person may be accident, but you making the situation good is incident. Understand? Situation making you as a good person is an accident. You making the situation good is incident. The one decision whether Arjuna is going to have Krishna or not, whether Krishna is going to side Arjuna or Duryodhana, that one decision that makes the whole difference. Understand? Your whole life is nothing but Mahabharata. In your life of Mahabharata, the victory or failure is going to be decided. Who is going to win? Whether you or your unconsciousness is going to be decided only based on which side you are going to side. Listen. Whichever side Krishna sided would have won the game. If he sides Duryodhana's, he would have won the game. He knows what to do. I have gone through the Mahabharata, I tell you, and won the game. And I tell you, you need Krishna to win the game. You really need Krishna to win the game.
Most of the time, the immediate cognitions you have decides the quality of your life. Dhyan se suniye. Please listen. The immediate cognition you have decides your life. Whether falling in love or getting married or taking sannyas, accepting a job or rejecting a job or leaving a job, the immediate cognition that plays a major role Listen. The immediate cognition plays a major role. I wanted all of you to listen to this word once more. Immediate cognition plays a major role. I am repeating it 3 times. When you face a situation, what you cognize immediately? Sometimes you slowly think, rethink, meditate, contemplate, complete. You do all of that and then come to certain cognition. But please understand, your decision is going to be done only by immediate cognition. Your contemplation, thinking, everything may influence your decision, but that itself will not be decisively decision making. Please listen. Your thinking, contemplation, analyzing, intra-analyzing, all these at the most can only influence the decision. They cannot be decisively decision making. So the immediate cognition you carry, plays a major role. Please understand, in the inner awakening, I am giving you the right immediate cognition. Because the immediate cognition goes on functioning in one way in your life, and your intra-analyzing intellectual understanding goes on functioning in other direction. The gap between these two is called vasana. You go on visualizing, you will have a happy, beautiful, great family and sangha around you, joyful employees, employers around you. But the moment your wife or husband calls, the moment you pick up the phone, tell me. And you justify yourself. Slowly I will change myself. Later on I will become friendly, loving, and then they will become friendly, loving, and then we will become a happy family. You go on keeping your fantasy alive and go on working in a completely opposite direction. If I expose you to you, you jump on me. Try to bite me. The vasana, in Sanskrit we have a beautiful word, samskara, vasana. Vasana means having the unconscious life patterns which is completely against the reality you want to cause in your life. Having and working in an unconscious way which is completely opposite to the reality you want to cause for yourself and others. See, why this is happening? What do you want to do? And what is the way you are doing? You go on pushing your hopes, saying, tomorrow I'll change. After a few days I'll change. I'll change. Don't push me too much. Otherwise I may give up. If you give up, who cares? Actually, we blackmail even ourselves. I'll give up. I wanted to give them the new name, self-blackmailers. Self-blackmailing is self-denial. That is the source of self-denial. SD, HD, BM. Self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, self-blackmailer. Listen. Self-blackmailing is the source of all the invited diseases. Like when life, your declaration demands you to work more than 8 hours, you invite a back pain so that you can lie down. You invite cough and cold so that you can lie down. You invite fever. You invite body pain so that you can lie down. Understand? You tell yourself, if I am forced to work more than 6 hours, I am going to have leg pain. I am going to have stomach pain. I am going to have headache. Understand? This self-blackmailing is the invitation for self-invited diseases. There are some diseases you inherit. There are many diseases you invite.
The depression of Arjuna I can say is almost screaming. So many verses he is screaming, but Krishna is completely silent. He is there, he is there, he is there. The first year of the marriage, the man speaks and the woman listens. The second year, the woman speaks and the man listens. The third year, they both speak and the neighbors listen.
I think Arjuna is speaking, but Arjuna is not seeing any reaction in Krishna's face that Krishna is listening. I strongly believe Krishna is not listening to the words of Arjuna. He is only looking into the depths of Arjuna with deep sympathy to understand the root of the problem. Please understand, when you are agitated, confused, your words do not express your real problem. That is why when people come and tell me their problems, when they give me a long letters, more than reading their letter, I will be looking into their eyes. I will read their problems by looking into their eyes, not looking into their letter. Because you are habitual liars. Please understand, all human beings have got into the system of becoming habitual liars. Yesterday, we were having sessions in Inner Awakening. When you are challenged, when you are cornered, how you escape from situations. I was studying each one's patterns, how each one escapes, listening to their stories, incidents. I discovered one thing: 99% of the people tell lies and manipulate the situation and escape when they are challenged. And the remaining 1% told lies even to me when I asked them. When you are cornered, when you are challenged, you immediately get into the mode of telling lies to manipulate the situation, to exploit the situation and escape from the situation. Understand, more than the words of Arjuna, the eyes of the Arjuna can reveal the real problem to Krishna. More than the letters you bring, what you bring in your eyes will show your real problem to me. That's the reason usually I look into the eyes. But people feel I am not attending to them if I read their eyes and not read their letters. So I just glance the letters also once in a while. But I tell you, I don't believe your letters. Because you have become habitual liar. Not only you start lying to others, even you don't realize you are lying. You have become such habitual liar, it becomes part of you. We hear that those who have lost family traditions dwell in hell for an indefinite period of time. Arjuna is crying. But he is not crying with the right logic. He is just using all broken logics, all broken ideas to justify his thoughts, justify his ideas. See, it is too late. You should have thought about all these things and had a group discussion, round table meeting, dinner, brainstorming, everything at least 2 days before. Too late. Patanjali is taking us beyond enlightenment. See the spot where your mind explodes into a non-assemblable manner to pieces in such it can never be again assembled in the same old way. That moment, that spot, that experience is what I call enlightenment. But Patanjali takes us a step deeper, step further, beyond that moment. This sutra is throwing light beyond what we call enlightenment. Patanjali says, even when the enlightenment, explosion of the instrument called mind happens in a way you can never assemble it back again as it was. Please understand. The conscious explosion happened in me. Explosion happened in me at the age of 12. The mind has gone to that pieces, that number of pieces. I can never bring all the spare parts and assemble it back. It got dismantled in a way it can never be assembled back. It's like a somebody's body is burnt and the ashes have been taken to different oceans and put in the ocean, and whatever is put in the ocean is eaten by some sharks and over. Now, can you get all those particles back, put it together and make the body back? No. Impossible. Same way, the explosion happened in me at the age of 12 was such a strong experience. Never I can collect the mind back and assemble it and create the same old structure. Or I can say any structure. Forget about old structure, any structure. It's not possible. It has become impossible. But things does not end there. It is not final. That experience where there is no mind, that is where life starts. So the life continues to flow in that ultimate explosion. I can say every moment the explosion goes on and on and on and on and on. Enlightenment is a constant happening. It is like an atomic reactor. Your body becomes an atomic reactor. Constant explosion goes on and on and on and on and on. An unconscious person does not think through. So whatever is the flow of life for him is crime for society. For a conscious person, whatever is flow of his life, like he wakes up, morning he goes to the job, works in his office, goes for lunch, comes back again, works in his office, comes back to sleep. Whatever is his course of life, the happening, it is part of society, the flow of society. If you ask him, why are you doing this? He says, that is the way life is. It is like a common understanding. If you are a girl, the moment you are
25, get married. If you are a boy, the moment you are 27, get married. Of course, what I am saying, age is a city limit, city age limit. The villages, it is much less. These are all common accepted understanding. When thousands of miracles are happening around me, I tell you, I promise you, I don't do anything. It is the happening for me. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I came to Kalpataru. I did not have kids for 20 years. I asked your blessings. In 1 year I am having the child. I am so happy. When I see the surprise in their face, I understand. So you fellow, you came without any trust or faith. That is why you are surprised. Because when people come and tell me, I don't get surprised. When you come to Kalpataru, when I am in that samadhi, whatever I say naturally comes true. It is the happening for me. What is there in that to be surprised? But when these guys are surprised, they think I'll be very happy. See, I don't take myself for granted. I enjoy the devotion component of you reporting. When you come back and report to me, I did not have child for 20 years and you blessed me in the Kalpataru, now I have a child. Your gratitude component I enjoy. There is a gratitude part in that. That I enjoy. But the surprise part I don't enjoy. Understand? I never enjoy the surprise part. It means what? See, if there is a gratitude component, you have a devotion. Yes, I did not have. I asked you, you gave me. I am grateful to you. But if there is a surprise component, I'll just turn my face and walk to the next person. Because I don't feel surprised. But when you come back and report, when I see gratitude, I'm very happy. I don't take myself for granted. I see the gratitude part. I do enjoy the gratitude part. But if there is a surprise part, then you did not comprehend or have deep trust. That is okay. All I wanted you to understand, just the happening, ordinary happening for me becomes miracle for you because of the consciousness established in the superconsciousness. Because it remains in the superconsciousness, in the highest intelligence, the supreme being, even the happenings are celebrated as the miracles. Bhagavan is very clear, Krishna is very clear, he uses the word ihaiva taihi chita sargaha esham samye stitam manaha nirudosham hi samam brahma tasumat brahmani te stitaha. Here, in this world itself, the nature is surpassed by them whose intelligence remains established in supreme being. See about Trinyana Sambandhar. 292nd Guru Mahasannidhanam asked me a question in Akashic reading. He put a question to me in the Akashic reading for Kalabhairava. What all miracles Jnanasambandha Swami did. The Akashic reading I read out 78 times he broke the nature, law of nature. Science and law of nature. I tell you that 78 incidents are miracle for us, but for Jnanasambandha Swami, Tirjnana Sambandhar, it is the happening. It is just the flow. Because he is established in the superconsciousness, the nature is surpassed by them
whose intelligence is established in Supreme Being. Ihaiva taihi jitaha sargaha yesham samye stitam manaha. 78 times nature would have tried to crush him and he crashed it. That's all. When he puts the palm leaf and it goes against the water current in Vaigai, when he puts the palm leaf into the fire and it does not get burnt, means he's not performing miracle. He is established in the Supreme Being. The happening itself is miraculous for ordinary people who sees the whole thing in ordinary mind, from the ordinary consciousness. Understand? Now, this is the sutra for all of you. This is the important understanding for all of you. Be established in ajapa japa, feeling connection and unclutching. You will simply pass the law of the nature, which is you can't live without food. You will just surpass it. Be established in the supreme consciousness. You will just surpass the law of nature. You can't live without food. You can't live without food is a law. It's the nature. You will just surpass it by being established in Supreme Being.
So now let us apply this law of nature. We will be going through internalization exercise to understand how enriching leads to enlightenment. Only when you reproduce the intense experience of you in others, the enriching happens. Only when you enrich the dark corners of your mind, unconscious parts of your mind, they achieve completion. Take a few moments to think about a significant experience in your life that had a lasting impact on you. It could be a moment of joy, challenge, or transformative realization. So this is the first step. Let us now move ahead with this step, and we'll be guiding you step by step in the process. First, let us all recall a moment in our life which had a lasting impact. It could be a moment of joy, challenge, or transformative realization. So let us quickly do this step, and then we'll be moving on to the next steps.
Just to share with all of you, the program is happening in full swing, and every day feels like so many days put together. Described in the Narada Sutras, right? How each of these aspects, literally, we all have this as an experience, as a Sakshi Pramana, because we have Paramashiva, Swamiji, who has happened, who is being available to us in all these aspects. See, all those who are in the US, Canada, I really suggest do not miss out signing up for Paramashiva Sena.
Actually, there's one more batch of Paramashivoham program going to happen very soon. So better now itself jump up. This opportunity is something that you should not miss. How many of you have been hearing about Paramashivoham happening? Because during this program, literally, just by being there, you will experience various dimensions of bhakti, devotion, the ultimate ecstasy that a being can ever have. Bhakti. You will get to experience that. You will experience what it means to have that bhakti in you. This is a very experience. See, how much ever you try to describe the sweetness of sugar to someone who's never tasted sweetness in their life, it will be only empty words falling into their ears. And so is how much ever you speak about this subject, unless you taste it, unless you experience it, you cannot, nothing can do justice to you to tell you what it actually feels like. Because this space, this state, is what Swamiji is raising us all to. Now, the time has come. We are all going to be experiencing the live darshans. Swami himself is coming live for all of us and gracing all of us. Please just stay. Close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out deeply, slowly. Now, all of us have experienced the very, very, very beautiful, graceful, powerful darshan of Swamiji manifesting as Bhagavan Siddhandratamurti, Sandhyandratamurti, Chandatandratamurti forms of Paramashiva. Let us all get ready to receive the darshan. Close your eyes. Experience the deep bhakti. Continue to the remembrance. Continue to experience the deep devotion to Swamiji. He is manifesting. Get ready. Receive the darshan. Swamiji himself going to be manifested powerfully for all of your very being and innocence ready to receive. Prepare your
Mm-hmm. Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
मुश्किल बात बनेगी संपूर्ति जब साथ है तो आओ एक दीक्षा की तो बात है सारी दुनिया में मगर एक ही इंसान उप्स नॉट इंसान ये है भगवान जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा नित्यानंदों शिवोहम नित्यानंदों सदा शिवोहम नित्यानंदों शिवोहम नित्यानंदों सदा शिवोहम
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info